right? Click on the record button. So I clicked on the record button. So we are recording right now. So
what I saw, Malishwara, is that in your course plan,
Yep.
in the first section, wherever you put the exam is on the 5th, meaning today, and on wherever you schedule the assignments, and the other thing is on the 12th. So I was confused. That's why I was asking.
no problem, no problem. Let's look at here. I think maybe I have a problem with the dates. So if I go here now, we are seeing it here. So
Over here,
22nd here. So let's look at here. 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
sure.
if I go here,
Here
the
it is,
test
here it is.
one
Here it
is
is.
on the November 12, right?
No, go a little bit up. Quiz 1, it says. Go a little bit up. It says November 5th, quiz 1, I think.
The test one. Oh, I think down below you mean. Oh, here you mean. Okay, that these things I need to change it. Okay, all right. The
So
ones
it's
which
12.
are on the top is the right one. So let me fix it right away. Yeah, you're right, Tyson. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you,
I'll fix it right away. I think, last time I was changing the dates.
But Maleshwara, please check the other dates. Maybe they're.
All of them are they off by one.
Okay, thanks.
So 12, November 12. So you are right. I need to add 7 to them. November 12. I will post them. Thank you for mentioning. So to the last is January 28. Everything is off by one. So January 7 is January 14. And November 19 is supposed to be November 26.
For November 12, it's Mohit exam, not yours.
Yeah, exam.
No, for Mohit, from 1 to 6. The course given by Mohit, yeah?
Mohit is 17, November 17, not 12. 12 is for Malishwara.
Yeah, Mohit is not Saturday, Maleshwara.
No, but he said included classes 1 to 6.
Yeah. Basically, whatever we covered, that's what I include.
This is only is Maleshwara. That's classes 1 to 6 from. What does it mean? This?
So the one means like, let me show you here. Classes like 1, 2.
Okay, from
3,
the first day to the 6th day. Yeah.
4, and the 5. 5 classes are done.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you have the 6 classes. 6 classes means 3 days, right? 3 Saturdays.
Okay.
3 Saturdays. Each Saturday.
The course is given by you. Yeah.
So this way, and next week, what we can do is we can do this probably in the morning. I can let you do the quiz in the afternoon and then leave you in the afternoon.
So the exam will cover chapter 7, 8. What we'll.
Yeah, whatever we cover there, that's what it is.
Okay.
It's not really like.
So how many chapters we need to?
Whatever I wrote down in there, right? So let me just go there and see it.
Yeah, but I want to hear numbers. Chapter 1 to 7, chapter 1 to 10.
See here, look at that 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. 11. I think that's it.
So 7
no,
7
12,
to 11.
12 and up to 14. But I'm covering a little bit more optimistic, but it's okay. Even if you cover more, it's okay. It's okay to repeat again. Some of the content can be repetitive, right? So while I'm just doing this here, right, what we do now is like, so today is November 5. So I think we didn't finish the chapter 7.5. We didn't finish in the last class. Okay, let's go and try to do some lab.
Yeah, exactly. 7.5, we didn't cover it last time.
We didn't finish it yet. So we'll do that.
No.
And again, there are no changes to the schedules, right? Like you probably receive a message from
Georgiana. Yeah, she said that, and everything gonna be online.
So everything is going to be exactly like scheduled because I think they changed, they canceled the other one. So then we need to continue the same schedule that we have. So that is one thing I want to mention to you. So now we want to go to the test out, right? Test out is a very good piece of software. And it provides you simulation, right? To the labs. They could do more than this actually, but whatever it done is okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. This is anyway just the courses, right? So if I take the computer threat analysis, like I take this one, right? What happened? I only have 18 people registered. Did all of you register or no? Only 18
No,
people I
no, we
have.
didn't register. Like, we don't have this link.
Oh, we finished with the quiz.
Not the quiz. You cannot do the quiz if you're not registered into the class. So I think we have 18 people, right? I have actually 21 people. That means 3 people. What happened? The school gave you the license, no? All of you got the license or no?
So
Who
we
did
are
not
there,
get
but
the
we
license?
we with Mohit there, right? So it may be he sees us, but maybe you don't. Like, let me check if I see you in this class.
You should be, probably you already have you have to enroll, okay? You have to enroll.
Yeah, we enrolled already. We are doing this test
No,
out
you
like
did it, but
almost
not
every day.
everyone, right?
Oh, can I see who is there? Can I see the names?
Yeah, we can see the
It will be
name.
easier because like right now I don't know. Am I here with you or not?
So let's see the class. View class reports or something. I shouldn't show you though. Because the privacy, right?
Okay,
You
don't show.
could
Just check if
stop
I'm there.
sharing. Stop
Yeah,
sharing the
stop
screen
sharing.
and then you can
Yeah.
check
Okay,
it by
I
yourself.
can tell you, I can read the names, okay?
Yes.
I can name the name. Nana is here. Muhammad Ali is here. Ricardo is here. Andre is here. Yoldi is here. So let me just go there and see my list also so that I will be able to figure out.
Okay, now I see I'm not enrolled. So is it cyber threat risk analysis or computer security plus? Which one to
No,
enroll?
cyber security. So Nana,
Cyber threat and
Muhammad,
risk analysis.
Abdullah, Francisco, maybe Francisco. No, Francisco?
Yes, what happened?
So did you get the link from the school that did you get the access to the test out
Yes, I have it already.
so that you register?
Yeah,
I don't see your name.
So Marisara, we registered with Mohit, but we need to also enroll with your course so you will see us.
Oh yeah,
I
you
can
have to
see
enroll,
4
enroll.
courses from you. Which one to
You have to
enroll?
enroll. Can someone help to enroll like a GE? So I think only 2 people did not register. So otherwise everyone registered. Huh? 2
So
or 3 people.
You have 4 courses. Which one to enroll?
The cyber threat, right?
Cyber threat. Okay.
So let me just show it to you.
Now I'm enrolled
Cyber
with
threat.
you.
So let me check.
Now we have 19 people.
You're 19 people, right? But we have 21 people in the class. Unless someone is dropping out. Even dropping out
Might be-
because the school gave
it-
you the license, you should register and then drop out. You want to. I only have 19 people right now. You want to find out who that is? I think Francisco did not.
I think the best way to do that is to, call everyone and you see right there, and then the people who doesn't hear their name, so they're gonna know they didn't
Yeah.
register.
Let me call the name. If I did not call your name, let me know. Francisco, I think he did not register.
I'm here.
So can you enroll it?
Oh, how can I do that?
So Francisco, in the test out, you just go to like enroll, type the name Maliswara and select the course. I just did it.
What was the name of the course?
Cyber threat and
share
risk
the screen?
analysis.
Can you,
Yes,
Vlad,
please give
can
me
you
the
share
right.
the screen?
Yeah,
I'll
please
let you
give me
share
the right.
Screen.
Yeah.
I'll let you share the screen. Please share your screen.
Okay, let me share my screen and do you all see my screen?
Yeah. It's coming
So
up.
it's coming up.
Okay, I got it. Hold on.
Now enroll. So Champlain College.
Yeah. So you have lots of stuff. So I have like with Mohit things. Now I have with Maliswara. So you click on enroll, then you type
My
Maliswara.
name. It'll find out.
Yeah. Then you select
And then it'll list all the
Maliswara,
courses.
and then you have courses you have not enrolled yet. So I already enrolled in 2 courses with Maliswara. I can enroll with all 4 just in case if I want to.
Don't enroll the other ones because I may not be teaching these things, right?
But which one do you enroll with?
So I just enroll into this cyber threat and risk analysis.
Okay.
Put it in
I
the
think
chat. You can just copy.
No, well,
So now, for example, I have 4 courses, like 2 with Mohit. I don't know how it works, but at least now everything is here. Like it's the same link, the same test out, but different kind of courses, so I can do different exams.
Yeah.
Check it now. I think it might have been me that was missing.
Yeah, you can stop sharing, then I'll check.
Yes, let me see where stop share.
I think
Yes.
Francisco
yeah.
is the one who didn't really do. So now I have 19, maybe 20 right now. Yeah, I have 20 people. So I think that leaves only one person didn't join. Because the problem is when I give you an exam, then you will not have it. So that's a problem.
Yes.
So Francisco he did it, right?
Yes.
Abdullah, I'm not sure. Let me see. Abdullah, yes, I think.
No, I think it's not here today. Oh, no.
Yeah, Abdullah is not here today. He's in the class or something. So I'm reading again, I think, to figure out who that someone did not register.
Sorry, I just did the enroll. Can you see me now?
Okay, all right, let me check it then.
Maybe refresh.
I'm just doing it. Yeah, we have 21. Very good, very good, very good problem. So we have it. So let me share my screen with you. So I'm sharing my screen with the sound so that we'll do this 7.5. So we have 7.5 cryptography and PKI. I think we did everything except 7.5, if I remember. Encrypt file we did. So public key infrastructure, PKI, right? So
Yes, we did it.
is well known as PKI, right?
Yes.
So, and let's look at what we have to do.
When we encrypt data over the internet, we generally utilize asymmetric encryption methods that involve sending a user's public key to provide confidentiality and trust. Because these keys are public, we need a way to manage and protect them. Key management covers these keys' whole life cycle. During the cycle, we must keep keys safe because we need to be sure that the public key we're using really does belong to the organization it's associated with. Public Key Infrastructure, or PKI, handles this for us. A PKI provides an environment where public encryption keys can be created and managed. At the heart of a PKI are certificate authorities, which are responsible for issuing, validating, and revoking certificates. In this lesson, I'll go over the concept of certificate authorities, or CAs, and the process they use to verify a certificate with all of its different attributes. A PKI relies on certificates that validate organizations. This creates a web of trust across the internet, allowing us to perform transactions confidently with websites around the globe. A PKI requires several elements to be effective. The first element is the CA. CAs need to be reputable organizations that are respected enough to issue public certificates to organizations that want to communicate securely over the internet. To increase security, CAs operate in a hierarchy of multiple CAs. This is done so that if one CA is compromised, only the certificates it issued need to be revalidated. The first CA is the root CA. This is a self-signed certificate that's used to validate additional CAs. These subordinate CAs are also known as intermediate CAs. We can have multiple intermediate CAs based on their policies and regulations. The intermediate CAs validate the issuing certificate authorities, and the issuing CA is the one that hands out the certificates. Now that we understand the certificate authorities hierarchy, let's look at how an organization can obtain their very own certificate. To obtain a certificate, an organization needs to first send in a certificate signing request, or CSR, to a certificate authority. The CSR should contain the organization's public key, domain name, and digital signature. Then the CA verifies this information and issues the certificate. When filling out the CSR, the organization provides their common name, or CN, which is more commonly referred to as the fully qualified domain name. For example, here you see that TestOut's common name would be www.testout.com. The organization can also apply for a subject alternative name, or SAN. This allows one certificate to apply to multiple host names. For example, TestOut could apply for a SAN that would cover site1.testout.com and site2.testout.com. Once the CA has received the CSR, they verify the information and provide their certificate to the requesting organization. Sometimes the CA relies on a third party to perform the validation. These third parties are called registration authorities. An RA is certified by a root CA and is authorized to issue certificates for specific uses only. No matter who issues the certificates, each one has specific attributes for specific purposes. Each CA's responsibility is to maintain a database that contains information on each certificate they've issued. This information is mainly their certificate's attributes. These attributes contain everything from the serial number and signature algorithm to the public key and expiration date. CAs use the X.509 standard to define these attributes. Each certificate has an expiration date. Before the certificate expires, the organization must revalidate the information and renew their certificate. If they don't, it's no longer valid. Aside from expiration, there are other reasons a CA might invalidate or revoke a certificate. For example, if the organization is found to no longer exist, if the private key is compromised, or if the certificate was discovered to be fake, the CA should immediately revoke the certificate. When a CA does revoke a certificate, it's added to a certificate revocation list, or CRL. This is a type of certificate blacklist. CAs maintain the CRL as part of their databases, and these should be updated quite often. The X.509 standard also defines an internet protocol that can be used to determine a certificate's current state. This is called the Online Certificate Status Protocol, or OCSP. The way OCSP works is your browser sends a status request to an OCSP responder and receives a response as to whether a certificate is valid or has been revoked. Using the OCSP provides a few benefits. These include providing more timely information on a certificate status, better bandwidth management because the client doesn't need to download the CRL, and a grace period for expired certificates. If we follow the guidelines set in the X.509 standard, we can be assured that internet certificates are valid and have been checked appropriately by reputable certificate authorities. That's it for this lesson. In this lesson, we covered certificate authorities and the hierarchical structure they're set up in. We also looked at the process an organization goes through to request a certificate for themselves. Finally, we looked at some certificate attributes and how CAs use them to validate certificates or put them on a certificate revocation list.
Depending on your purpose, there are different types of public key infrastructure certificates, or PKI certificates. These certificates are used to verify an organization's identity and ownership of the public key. In this lesson, I'll cover these types of certificates and how you can use them. I'll also go over some different validation levels used for SSL certificates. A root certificate is the first certificate that a certificate authority, or CA, creates. This certificate is self-signed and is used to sign lower-level certificates, such as intermediate certificates. These certificates go through different processes to be approved, and the process depends on the certificate and organization. Subject alternative name certificates, or SAN certificates, allow an organization to cover multiple domains. For example, Testout could cover testout.com, testout.net, or even lapsim.com with the same certificate. Wildcard certificates are like SAN certificates. Wildcard certificates allow an organization to cover unlimited subdomains. For example, Testout could cover any site that ended in testout.com with the same wildcard certificate. Code signing certificates are used by app developers to prove that an application is legitimate and hasn't been altered or compromised. When the user installs a program and there's no certificate, they receive a warning that they shouldn't trust the app. Self-signed certificates are certificates that haven't been validated and signed by a CA. These certificates are easy and free to make, but they don't provide the same protection and security as a CA-validated certificate. If a website uses a self-signed certificate, the user sees a warning when visiting the site. Secure, encrypted emails are generally sent using the S-MIME protocol. When you send secure emails, you need to know the recipient's public key, which you'd find in email certificates. These certificates are usually used within an organization that uses its own CA, but some public CAs also provide email certificates. You can use certificates to identify and validate individual users and computers. You generally see these kinds of certificates in a network environment where they're used to validate a computer or user to the server. The most common use for certificates is for websites that use SSL or TLS. These certificates validate that the website is authentic and secure so that users feel safe. When a site wants to purchase a certificate, there are 3 different validation levels a CA can offer. These are domain validation, organization validation, and extended validation. Domain validation is the lowest level and isn't very secure. A CA issues a domain-validated certificate to anyone who's listed as a domain administrator in the WHOIS record. The CA usually validates this with a simple phone call or email, which isn't hard to spoof. These certificates can be issued usually within a matter of minutes. An organization validation requires the certificate purchaser to not only prove that they're a domain administrator, but also that the organization is real. This process varies with each CA, but it's more in-depth than a domain validation. These certificates may take 1 to 3 days to be issued. Extended validation is the highest level of trust. An extended validation requires the purchaser to prove that they're the domain administrator and also requires a much more thorough vetting of the organization itself. These certificates may take 1 to 5 days to be issued. That's it for this lesson. In this lesson, we discussed the different types of PKI certificates and how CAs implement them. We also looked at the 3 validation levels for SSL certificates and how each level differs.
So what do you think, right? Certifications. So it's also helpful, right? Isn't it? Additional security on the top of whatever you have, encryption, decryption, and authentication, user code, password. So third party, a reputed company actually takes care of validation, because in the internet, right, anybody can come and
in this demonstration, we're going to practice managing the public key infrastructure. To do this, we'll use the Windows Server 2019 system that already has Active Directory certificate services installed, which makes it a certificate authority, or CA. It's called Active Directory Certificate Services because the CA itself is integrated with Active Directory to authenticate certificate requests. We're going to practice requesting, approving, issuing, and revoking certificates on the CA. In order to manage the CA, we need to launch the CA console by clicking Tools and Certificate Authority. We can see here the CA itself and the certificate categories: revoke certificates, issue certificates, pending requests, and failed requests. By default, the CA is set to automatically approve any new certificate requests. However, we don't want that to happen. Instead, we want to move the certificate request to a pending state here in pending requests until an administrator comes through and manually reviews the request. Then he or she either approves or denies it. To make sure that this is set correctly, we're going to right-click on the CA, go to Properties, go to Policy Module, go to Properties again, and we can see that it's already currently set. We set the certificate request status to pending. The administrator must explicitly issue the certificate. That's exactly what we want, so we're going to hit Cancel and then Cancel again. Now, if you actually did make any of those changes, you would start and stop the service for the certificate authority before they would be pushed through. You have to do that here, Start and Stop. With that setting checked, we want to request a new certificate now. There are two different ways to do this. With the first method, I install the certificate authority, and I also install the certificate enrollment page. This allows users to request certificates using a web page running from the Internet Information Server service on the CA itself. Let's go ahead and open up Internet Explorer. We're going to point it to the right URL for the local host. And there it is. It's going to be localhost/search/serve. You see here the first task on the list is request a certificate. All right, we're going to come back to this window a little bit later. The second method is using the MMC console. Let's go ahead and right-click on the window. Go to Run, MMC, and hit Yes. First, we're going to need to add some snap-ins, so we're going to go to Add or Remove Snap-in. We need the certificate snap-in, go to Add, My User Account, Finish, and OK. The snap-in is here. Now we can see all the different types of certificates that we can create for our current user. We're going to actually create one under Personal. Go to Certificates, right-click, click All Tasks, and request New Certificate. Go through Next, Next, select User, Enroll, and Finish. Now let's go back to our CA console. If we go into Pending Requests, we can see that it was properly sent straight through to our pending requests. It wasn't actually issued. So you can see the certificate is the original certificate that was issued when we created our CA. Let's go back to Pending Requests. From this screen, we can view the pending request and see the request ID here. This is where we can now request whether we want to approve or deny the certificate. If we right-click it, we have the option to issue or deny. Let's go ahead and issue the certificate. Now the certificate request is gone from pending. If we go to Issued Certificates, we can now see it's officially been issued. If I wanted to use the certificate, I could open up a web browser and access the enrollment web page on the CA. Then I would click View the status of the certificate request right here. Because it's approved, I can actually download and use the certificate at this point. We can also verify this by going back to the MMC console. If we go to Active Directory User Object and then Certificates, we can see that the certificate was just issued to my user account, this one right here. We can see all sorts of information here, for example, who it's issued to, who it was issued by, and the certificate authority, which is our certificate authority. We see the certification expiration date here and its intended purpose. So that's a personal certificate. It's intended for EFS encryptions, securing email, and client authentication. It was created using the user certificate template. If we double-click the certificate, we can view the date range when it's valid, and we can go to the Details tab. Here, we can view additional details about the certificate. And if we click the Certificate Path tab, we can view the certificate path up to the root CA. In this demonstration, we only have one CA and there are no subordinate CAs, so the certificate path is actually really short. But in many organizations, you'll have one or more root CAs with subordinate CAs associated with it. So the Certificate Path tab can be used to view the path through the subordinate CAs up to the root CA. Let's close this and go back to our CA console. There may be different situations when the certificate shouldn't be used. For example, this is the case if the private key gets compromised in some way. In these situations, we should no longer use this certificate for encryption. We would need to revoke it. To do this, we simply right-click the certificate, go to All Tasks, and to Revoke. You can specify a reason code for why the certificate is being revoked. If you look, the last code is certificate hold. This is used in situations where you think there might be a problem with the certificate, but you're not 100% sure. We want to put the certificate on hold without fully revoking it so that we can verify whether or not it's an issue that would require it to be fully revoked or not. If there's no issue, we can take it off hold and continue using it. If there's a problem, we can fully revoke it. If you were to use one of the other options here to revoke the certificate, such as key compromise, you couldn't unrevoke it. It's gone. You'll have to issue a new certificate. So let's go ahead and put it in certificate hold and hit yes. You see it clears out the issued certificates and now it's on hold. Let's go to revoke. You can see right here the revocation reason, certificate hold. Because we just held it instead of revoking it all the way, we can unrevoke it. To do this, we right-click, go to All Tasks, and Unrevoke Certificate. All right, it removed it. If we go back to Issued Certificates, we can see the certificate is back for use again. Let's go ahead and do this again. But this time, go to All Tasks and revoke it for a different reason. Let's go ahead and just say Key Compromise. Hit yes. All right, now it's revoked. If we go back to Revoked Certificates and we right-click, go to All Tasks, and try to unrevoke it, we can't. We get this error. Unrevoke command failed. Certificates can only be unrevoked if they're revoked with reason code certificate hold. So this certificate no longer can be used. You would have to reissue a new certificate in order for them to use it. After you've revoked a certificate, you need to let everyone know that the certificate has been revoked and shouldn't be used anymore. This is done by publishing the latest certificate revocation list. To do this, we go to our Revoked Certificates folder, we right-click, go to All Tasks, and then click Publish. This will publish the latest list of revoked certificates to the certificate revocation list. There are two different types of certificate revocation lists, or CRLs. You can publish a full CRL, which contains a list of all the revoked certificates, or we can just publish a Delta CRL, which only contains the certificates that have been revoked since the last time the full CRL was published. For our purposes, we're going to publish a new CRL because it's the first time we've actually published a CRL from this CA. Let's go ahead and click OK. If you forget to do this manually, it's okay because the CA should be configured to automatically publish the CRL at a particular interval. If we right-click, hit Revoke Certificates again, and go to Properties this time, we can see the CRL publishing parameters. By default, the full CRL is published once a week, and the Delta CRLs are published once a day. If we click the View CRLs tab, then click CRL, and then click the Revocation list, we can see the current CRL and the certificates that were just revoked. Because the CA hasn't been in use very long, there aren't many certificates to be revoked. Let's go ahead and close it. Click OK, and OK. All right, now let's look at the properties of the CA. Let's right-click to Root CA and Properties. All right, we are going to go to the Extensions tab. The Extensions tab has two acronyms that are very important to understand. The first one is Authority Information Access, or AIA. The AIA allows end users to obtain the certificate used by the CA itself. This can be very useful if you have a root CA that is offline for security reasons. This is not an uncommon configuration. Some organizations will keep their root CAs offline all the time to make them less susceptible to compromise, but we still need to have a copy of the root CA certificate. To make this possible, we use AIA to publish a copy of the root CA certificate to some other location so that users can still access the root CA certificate. This is important because we need that root CA certificate with the CA's public key in order to verify digital signatures that the CA has implemented. If the CA digitally signs something, you must have a copy of its public key to verify that signature. AIA makes that public key available offline. If we didn't do this and the root CA was offline, we'd have to figure out some other way to get a copy of that key. In addition to AIA, we also have CRL and CRL distribution point, also known as CDP. This is where users go to get a copy of the latest CRL. The same issue exists here as it exists with the root CA's public key. If the root CA is offline, we can't access the CRL. We can't let everybody know which certificates have been revoked. What we can do is publish the CRL to some other location that clients can access. For example, we can publish it to Active Directory via LDAP. We could access it on a web page, or we could put it in the file system. Let's go ahead and click Cancel. If we go back to our Internet Explorer page, we can see there's an option to download the CA certificate or view the certificate chain or CRL. This option, Download a CA Certificate, is AIA. This one is CDP. If we click this option, we could download the latest CRL or the latest Delta CRL. That's it for this demonstration. In this demo, we talked about managing certificates in the public key infrastructure. We looked at how you request a certificate and talked about using manual approval of certificates. We talked about how to issue certificates and about how to revoke certificates. We ended this demonstration by talking about how to make the CA's public keys available via AIA and also how to publish the certificate revocation list.
CRL is a revocation list. So let's go to, I think we have a lab here, right? So we have the lab. So you are an IT administration for growing the growing corporation network. Your manager manage certificates authority for your network as part of daily routine. Perform several certificate management tasks. Corp CA certification authority. So and be the guest server, Corp server 2. So in this lab, your task is to complete the following. So network user uses the smart cards to access the sensitive computers, and currently approval process dedicates that you manually approve smart card certificate requests, approve pending requests, okay, and deny pending web server certification requests. User B-chan lost his smart card, so revoke, key compromise reason, unrevoke, the certificate of card privacy. So that's what we need to do as a task site, set of tasks.
I have a question, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in this video, I think they are talking about local certificates. It's an Active Directory issuing local certificates for the connected servers or whatever. And they are also talking about local CRL. So how can we see the public CRL?
How can you see
the public
right?
CRL?
CRL is revocation list, right?
Yes.
So you have the list in there, right? This is the management task in the snap-in, you will be able to find it, no?
Yeah, but this is local. It only exists on this Active Directory. But if you want to look at public CRLs, where would we go?
But basically public CRL, still you need to request the certification authority to give, right? Certification authority keeps it.
Yeah, I understand, but I think the revoked certificates are published somewhere.
Also,
like
they have to
public
the browser check it, and Microsoft or the operating system download the somewhere the certificate periodically.
Yes, with OSCP, right?
I'm not sure, but I read it once. Yes, it is being downloaded and checked periodically.
Yeah, but is there a way to look at the public CRLs?
Needed to be checked.
Yeah, let's do this, we'll find somewhere. So we have tools here, right? And certification authority is here. Okay, so you go to the certification authority, so make it bigger. And then you actually go to the Corp CA and try to find out what kind of so revoked certificates. So that's list. These are the list, right? No.
Honey, go to Infinity Free. You could create they has also they have a cPanel, and you could create a simple site. There is a very nice YouTube videos. You know, you go and you create, and afterwards you might apply, and there are several providers which might provide you with the CA after that, which are the official ones, right?
So
So
we,
Infinity Free will allow you to have a free account and to do this, and you have a cPanel ability as well. And on the cPanel, you're gonna find out there as well you'll find out there as well the providers you might get free CA.
Do you mind to share the link in the chat?
Yeah,
Please.
I'm gonna send the link. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll create a video. And I'll send it tomorrow. No problem.
So
Thank
Asen,
you.
I thought that the question was where we can check the public CRLs like from VeriSign, right? From public CA providers. Should we go to their site, or there is kind of database for all the CAs?
When you create it on the site, obviously you could check it there, as well as you're gonna start receiving mails when the certificate is revoking. Let's say I received recently one for the site which I applied. It says that my CA is expiring, so I need to renew it. So if that's the question, I guess it's related with you know this is relation kind of. There is a relation.
We have the list here though.
I'm sorry. I don't hear.
So I'm issuing the T-Satan, and also, you know.
I very barely hear you, Malishwara. Can you speak a little bit, or maybe increase a little bit the volume?
Okay, all right. Maybe I'll take another one. Okay, so let's continue the lab, right? So when you go here, and then we need to issue all tasks and issue. So those are the two we need to do here, right? So pending requests. So T-Satan and Mallory. So deny the pending server certificate for the CARP server 12. So deny the pending web server, right? So you want to deny the CARP server. This one we want to deny. So CARP server. So you want to deny. It will ask you whether you want to really deny. Okay. So in the pending request, right? That you have. And what is the next one we want to do? User B-Chan has a smart card and revoke certificate and for the key compromise, right? So you revoke.
Sorry, Malesh. I am on the same place just to follow this example. How you open these windows already?
I have this option.
You want me to start from the beginning?
Yes, please. Sorry.
No problem. You go to the, so you have hypervisor manager here. So let me make it bigger. So CARP server 2. So we have, you know, virtual machines, which is CARP CA. That's what you wanted to really go there, right?
Yes.
That's what he's telling you in the, so go to the CARP CA. And now, did I go to the right place? I think I did, no? Okay, all right.
No.
And then you go to
The first window, yeah.
Oh, that's not the right
Main one.
I think I did go to a different place. No, probably I did not do it right. Yeah, this is the one we need to do. CARP server, right?
Yeah, the last one, yes.
Yeah, the last one. So I think I clicked the wrong one. So now if you go to the tools here, so the first one is the certification authority. So that's where the certification authority, like a Windows snap-in, right? Like so now you have, so if I open this here, right? So let me go issued. So you want to revoke pending requests. This is what I went in there. So T certain is this is the one which you want to issue. The pending you want to issue here all tasks and issue, and this one also you want to issue.
8 and 9.
And also you want to right click on it, right? And then deny. So you want to deny. So we did that. And then what is it actually is asking you? User vChan last is a smart card. Revoke the certificate, which means that issued certificate, there'll be some vChan will be there, right? So vChan is here. So you want to revoke the certificate. Go to the revoke, all tasks, revoke certificate, and you need to specify the reason, key compromise. So, okay, key compromise, right? And the last task we are doing here is unrevoke the corp.dev server. So unrevoke. So any revoked certificates you have here, if it is a key compromise, you cannot really unrevoke, right? So, and the only thing that we have is corp.dev 3. So unrevoke this one. All tasks and unrevoke the certificate. I think we did everything done, right? All tasks are done. So let's score the task. It's not that complicated.
When I put revoke, that's going to another tab. When I put
you can share the screen. Ricardo, you can share the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
So, example, I will do like this.
Pending, you already did, I think, right?
Here, I think I did, because you see it's not there.
No, double click on it. You'll open it. Double click.
I am there.
Yeah, double click. You already did it. But the issued certificate, you want to, so issued certificate.
Yeah. So now I need to issue those
corp.dev 3. corp.dev 3. The
okay.
top, the second one, top from the top.
And then I do revoke.
You want to issue to who?
Corporate.
There on the left-hand side, you have the task to do, right? You need to do only those tasks.
That one.
View attributes and extensions.
So
what do you want to do?
So I want to do as you do in the exercise.
Yeah, if it is issued, you want to revoke it, right?
Yeah, right. So I do revoke.
And then specify the
key compromise.
Yeah, key compromise, if it is a key compromise. If you key compromise, but I think you are not following.
No.
You are not following what exactly need to be done. Okay, stop sharing. I'll show you it again to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm sharing again.
Oh, I'm looking for a stop sharing. I'm not able to see.
This is stop. You stop sharing, then I will share. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, sir. But I don't see
button for stop sharing, right?
Yeah.
It's on the top on the drop down menu.
On the top, on the drop down. On the top, star color.
No, on the top. I mean, on the screen, like it's hiding stuff on the top. If you have multiple screens, it can be on a different screen.
I think I can stop yours. Okay.
Yeah. Try it. Sorry.
I did it.
Guys, I am not really.
So I did stop your sharing.
Nice.
If you go here, right, what you need to do, only these tasks you need to do. Only the task I'm showing you here. We need to do. So if you go here, right? If you go here, So now I'm here, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So server hypervisor. So now I am expanding my hypervisor manager. So all the VMs, virtual machines are here, right?
Yes.
So for this, and CARP CA is the one we're telling you certification authority. Okay, CARP CA is the certification authority.
Mhm.
And you double click on the only CARP CA.
Mhm.
And I got the, the tool to issue certificate, deny certificate, the tools. If you go to the tools, and certification authority tool is available here, right? So double
Yes.
click on it. And this will manage our certificates for the CARP, on the CARP CA server, right? Hypervisor virtual machine.
Mhm.
So now there are some certificates which are issued already. So you want to, so your network issued, it's a pending request. First of all, you want to go to pending request and issue T certain, and you want to issue. That's what he's telling you to do here.
Yeah.
I'm not doing without reason. So
Oh, I see. Yeah.
yeah, he's telling you to approve the T certain. So go to all task and then issue.
Yeah.
And then the last one, Mallory, also issue.
So how we know this is an issue? Because they ask.
Look at here is on the right hand side, in the left hand side, he wrote down approve pending request. Okay, for smart car certificates from Tucson and Mallory.
Mhm.
In the lab description, right?
Mhm.
He's telling you exactly what to do. So if I double click on it, I need to issue also to. So now I need to deny CARP server 12, which is this one.
Okay, sorry. I think Ricardo is confusing because there is no approved title over there. So,
Yes, that's the thing.
yes. So
No, but when you have a pending request, right? So, approval is like issuing. So
okay.
alt task, and now I'm going to deny. Either issue, approval means either issue or deny. I agree with you. I think probably you should approve, deny or something. But he said issue, deny. So deny is done now. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not saying approve. I think you probably should have written down issue. Okay, now deny is done. So B-chan, so that means he lost his card. So that means issued certificate like B-chan will be there. B-chan has been issued. And you want to revoke his all certificate and revoke because he is key compromise. Oh, this is not a B-chan. So careful, because if you don't do the right thing, the B-chan is here. So B-chan, so revoke certificate.
Yeah.
And key compromise.
Give a reason now.
Okay. So usually when that happens, it's because something is hacking.
Yeah.
And maybe we need to do another key.
Another key.
Put the
So you
certificate.
cannot really that's what he's saying in the lab demonstration. She was saying key compromise means you cannot really, make it unrevoke it. You cannot unrevoke.
Got it.
Only
Thank
way
you. And thank you for the other colleagues who explained that to you, what I was confused. That's really what was confused for me, because some information there is unclear for sometimes for me when it's writing on the left side.
Yeah. Unrevoke. You see, basically you are actually even unrevoking the issued certificate, revoked certificates, which you have a revoked certificate. You want to unrevoke the one. B-chan you cannot unrevoke because the key compromise. So this one I can unrevoke. So unrevoke. I think it is done. So all are done. All tasks that it is asked to do, right, are done. Yeah?
Yeah.
So
good.
That's okay. I think we have a quiz also. Extended validation. So extended validation.
My last question. I have a question.
The most
quiz,
common
are
reason
they-
for an organization to use certificates is to validate their websites that use SSL or TLS for security. Organizations go through the process of obtaining a
SSL
certificate to prove that they're legitimate and trustworthy.
The SSL is secure socket layer, right? And there's a transport layer. TLS is transport layer security. These are protocols, right? Basic protocols in the internet domain.
Highest level of these certificates is the Extended Validation Certificate. Depending on the browser, you might notice a lock icon or green address bar when you visit a website that has been extended a validation certificate. This is an easy way to identify that the site has been vetted and can be trusted. An organization that has obtained one of these certificates has gone through a thorough vetting process by the Issuing Certificate Authority, or CA, to prove that they're legitimate. In this lesson, I'll go over the different certificate formats and how they can be implemented. All Secure Sockets Layer, or SSL certificates, are X.509 certificates. This standard defines how certificates should be formatted. Some of the more common certificate encoding formats used by X.509 include Distinguished Encoding Rules, Privacy Enhanced Mail, PKCS number 7, and PKCS number 12. Let's first look at Distinguished Encoding Rules, or DER. DER is one of the older formats. It's a set of rules that defines how data must be encoded in a file, and its parameters are defined by the Abstract Syntax Notation 1 interface, or ASN.1 interface description language. DER is a binary or non-text encoding format that's mostly used in Windows systems. These certificates usually have a .der or .cer file extension. Next, we have the Privacy Enhanced Mail format, or PEM format, which is the most common certificate format. PEM was originally created to securely encode emails, but it was quickly replaced with PGP and SMIME. People soon realized, though, that the format was perfect for encoding certificates. PEM certificates are a base64 DER file. This means that the binary format is encoded to ASCII text so that you can see the actual characters. They won't make any sense to you, though, since everything's still encoded. The encoded data is sandwiched between a header and footer that identify what's in between them. For example, an encoded certificate would start with the words begin certificate and end with the words end certificate. A single PEM file can contain the intermediate, root certificates, and private key. The majority of CAs offer SSL certificates in PEM format with different file extensions. These could be .pem, .crt, .cer, or .key. Public Key Cryptography Standards, or PKCS, is a group of standards published by RSA Security. These standards were published to promote the use of cryptography techniques, such as the RSA algorithm and several others. Two of these standards, number 7 and number 12, are used to format certificates. PKCS number 7 is also known as the Cryptographic Message Syntax and is based on the PEM standard. Unlike the PEM format, these certificates can only hold the intermediate and root certificates. They're unable to hold the public key. Also, these certificates are generally used with digital signatures and have a file extension of .p7b or .p7c. The PKCS number 12 format is also known as the Personal Information Exchange Syntax, or PFX syntax. Like the PEM format, these certificates hold the root, the intermediate certificates, and the private key. The biggest difference is that these certificates are password protected. You'll see them with the .pfx or .p12 file extension. That's it for this lesson. In this lesson, I went over the different formats that X.509 certificates can have, including DER, PEM, PKCS number 7, and PKCS number 12. Then we looked at how you can use each of these formats and the different file extensions they might have.
I think we are close to the quiz, right? So certificate concepts, which are very good.
Using digital certificates to share public keys and validate organizations has become a key component to doing business over the internet. Certificate authorities, or CAs, are trusted organizations that validate and administer these certificates. In this lesson, we'll go over how CAs are set up and managed. To fully understand how certificates work, you need to understand how CAs are set up. To increase security, CAs operate in a hierarchy of multiple CAs. This is done so that if one of the CAs is compromised, only the certificates it issued need to be revalidated. The first CA is a root CA. This is a self-signed certificate and is used to validate additional CAs. Under the root CA, you have subordinate CAs, also known as intermediate CAs. You can have multiple intermediate CAs based on their policies and regulations. The intermediate CAs validate the issuing certificate authorities, and the issuing CA is the one that hands out certificates. When you check the certification path in a web browser, you can usually see the structure. For example, when we look at test out certificate, we see that their server certificate was issued by this intermediate CA, which was signed by this root CA. This structure is known as certificate chaining, or the chain of trust. Certificate chaining is done to protect the root certificate. If the root certificate is ever compromised, all certificates that have been issued underneath it are now invalid and need to be redone. Another common method of protecting the root CA is to keep it offline and only bring it online when it needs to authorize a new intermediate CA. Once the root CA has been set up and the intermediate certificates issued, the root CA is generally taken offline. This means that it's isolated from network access and is usually completely turned off. If an intermediate CA is compromised, only the certificates they issued need to be reissued. In other words, not every certificate that was issued under the root CA is compromised. The problem with this is that the root CA can't manage and update the certificate revocation list, or CRL, if it's offline. To remedy this, the intermediate CAs can be set up to manage the CRL, or a specific intermediate CA can be configured to handle this job. Instead of having browsers constantly checking the CRLs, the Online Certificate Status Protocol, or OCSP, was created to replace CRLs and can be used to determine the validity of certificates. Let's see how this works. When OCSP servers, also called responders, receive a request from the web browser, they check with the CA and send an up-to-date certificate status. This frees up CAs from having to maintain their own CRLs. To further help with performance, a network might use OCSP stapling. Stapling simply means that the server that holds the certificate also provides any revocation information. This works by having the certificate holder send a query to the OCSP responder at set intervals. Then, the server staples that timestamp response to its certificate so that in the first SSL or TSL handshake, the OCSP validation is already attached. Now, the user's browser doesn't need to perform a separate OCSP request. Keep in mind that it's possible for a man-in-the-middle attack to intercept certificates during the handshake. This would allow a hacker to set up a malicious site using a valid certificate. This can be prevented using certificate pinning. Certificate pinning is when an application, such as a web browser, has a server certificate hard-coded in the browser itself. When the application connects to the server, it downloads and checks the certificates. If they don't match, the application blocks the connection. Just know that certificate pinning was never really adopted by modern browsers, so it would mostly be used inside an organization that's running their own CA. Let's shift gears to trust models. All CAs start with a single trust model. This means that there's one root CA for the organization that issues and manages certificates. As you've already seen, a hierarchical structure is mainly used. It starts with the root certificate and multiple intermediate CAs below it. It's also possible for you to set up a mesh model. In a mesh model, multiple CAs issue certificates to each other. This works great because if one CA is compromised, those certificates can still be valid because other CAs have authenticated them. The problem with this model is that it becomes extremely difficult to scale up with growth. Another thing to consider is how trusts can be set up when one organization who has their own CA structure wants to partner with another organization that has their own CA structure. In this scenario, there needs to be a way for each organization to trust the certificates issued by the other CAs. This can be done by setting up a bridge model in which both hierarchies trust each other. In this case, clients in both organizations trust certificates issued by CAs of either organization. You can also be more restrictive by setting up trusts with individual CAs that are lower on the hierarchy. Another common setup is the web of trust. Instead of using a CA, everyone is a trusted authority. For example, if Craig trusts Ethan and Lynette trusts Craig, Lynette will also have an indirect trust with Ethan. In other words, you trust a friend of a friend. We see this set up often in PGP. Implementing the proper model can help ensure that certificates are properly maintained and validated. Of course, all of this also relies on keeping our encryption keys safe. Keeping a backup of private keys is important, but you'll need to make sure that they can't be accessed unless absolutely necessary. Normally, the CA never gets their users' private keys. You can, though, use key archival to back up private keys. All this means is that the user sends their private key in a secure transmission to the CA to keep it safe. The problem with this is that a serious security breach can occur if private keys are compromised. The advantage is that the archive of private keys is readily available if any are lost or corrupted. Key escrow is like key archival, except that keys are sent to a trusted third party instead of the CA holding the keys. This is often done for security or legal purposes. Getting access to these keys may require legal action, and this is by design. For example, if law enforcement needs to access and analyze emails, they would need a court order to get the keys needed. That's it for this lesson. In this lesson, we discussed how CAs are set up to manage certificates. We first looked at the concept of certificate chaining, which is the method of using a hierarchical certificate structure. Then we covered the difference in online and offline CAs and the best practice of leaving them offline whenever possible. Finally, we discussed different trust models and how to assure key safety through key archival or escrow services.
Yeah, so let's do the quiz. So the SSL client, right, secure socket layer client, has determined that the certificate authority issuing the server certificate on its list of trusted CAs. So what is the next step for verifying the server's identity? So the CA's public key must validate the CA's digital signature on the server certificate. Of course, isn't it? The domain on the server certificate must match not that. So the master secret generated with not that either. The postmaster secret must initiate the subsequent communication. That is very vague either. So do you agree with me that the digital signature must be anything that you take, the digital signature must be verified, isn't it? Yes or no?
I think it's right.
Yes.
So which of the following would require that the certificate be placed on the CRL, revocation list? So what do? Key compromise? The private key is compromised, then you put the revocation list, isn't it?
Yes.
So validity period exceeded, it's not a revocation.
Key
so
compromise.
Signature, key is not that. So it's compromised. Key is compromised, then you can actually put that in the revocation list, right?
Yes.
So, and so which technology was developed to help improve the efficiency and reliability of checking the validity status of certificates in large, complex environment. So
Online
OCSP,
certificate
right?
status protocol or CSP.
Online certificate status
OCSP.
protocol.
Sorry,
OCSP.
OCSP.
Key escrow is just to say, keep all those, backed up,
Asymmetric.
secret keys safely, right? And the third party certification verification list. So now you have PKI implemented for managing which type of
Asymmetric.
encryption?
Asymmetric.
Yeah, it's basically asymmetric. And to obtain digital certificate, so and participate in the public key infrastructure, what must be submitted and where? Identifying data and certificate request to registration authority. Okay. And basically that's a registration authority, no? Identifying data and the 3DS, no. So MAC, no. And identifying the secret key, no. The first one, no.
Yeah, okay.
Registration authority is the one which you actually have to do, right? No.
Yes.
So, and in the certificate
Sorry,
authority
what is
model,
what is the back one? What is the last one?
the last one is basically registration.
Identify
the data and the certificate request to the registration authority.
Oh, got it.
So now in the certificate authority trust model, the known as the hierarchy, starting from the root, isn't it? Root CA. Do you agree? Yes, no?
Yeah.
And I think, I've been saying several times, the standard is X509, no?
Yeah, second option.
These are LAN standard, 802.1 is LAN standard. Okay, the private key has been stolen. Okay, what action must you take, should you take to deal with this particular thing? What do you need to do? Add this certificate to the CRL, no?
Verification, yeah.
So whenever you actually have something is key compromise, so you
Compromise
need to
or
revocation,
stolen,
right?
you need to revoke it.
You need to take that out, and then put that into the revocation list.
Correct.
Makes sense, right? Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you are connected to the private key is lost, private key is lost. All documents encrypted is not like a compromise, it is just a loss. So encrypted with the private key will be inaccessible. Which service? So should you use to solve this problem? Key escrow, agency, the third party keeps it with you, no?
The copy of the key.
Key escrow, no?
Why it's key escrow? Just because it's
you don't want to keep the the certificates with you. The private keys with you, because if you keep the private keys with you, there will be problem with your own.
Was in the last video, I think about it at the last.
Yeah, in the video we're telling to divide.
Okay. It's like you're gonna let the third party.
Third party is the most safest way.
Okay.
So now he's asking you which of the following are the contained digital certificate. So digital certificate.
So sorry, teacher, I lost the last one because you go fast. Sorry, the number 9 is key screw. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So now next one is which of the following items are contained in the digital certificate? Public key, right? No? And also, each certificate is valid for a period, no?
Yeah, it's like this always. Certificate is valid for a period?
Yeah.
Like 1 year, 1 month, 3 days?
Well, it depends on what you want.
Exactly. I think it's a very short period for the session.
Okay.
For the session, right? Each time you are creating a session. So check my answers.
Excuse me, sir. The last one, what it is?
I think I don't know why I did not score it. I should have scored it, no?
Oh, exactly. The bottom.
Is there?
Bottom? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. because it's mine is actually hiding my.
Sir, what is the last one?
So last one is basically validity, like, what are the key terms, right, in the digital certificate. So each certificate is valid for a period, right? And you want to, keep the public key.
Public key and what else?
Pardon?
What is the last, the answer of the last question?
The last question was, I think he is asking you to select two of them, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what are the key attributes you have in the key attributes? Attributes means variables, right? The fields
Yeah.
in the certificate.
Okay, and
So it is public key, and what is the other one?
And the validity period, no?
validity or expiration like that.
Expiration time. So wireless overview. So after this, I think you can take a break, right?
Wireless networking is now commonplace in most network environments. In fact, a lot of networks use it as the primary connection method. Chances are you probably have a wireless network in your home. In fact, setting up a residential wireless network at home is pretty simple. Even setting up the SSID broadcast and encryption protocol on the access point is very straightforward. In an enterprise environment, setting up a wireless network isn't as simple. This is because there are additional considerations that need to be taken into account in an enterprise environment. But before we discuss the impact of wireless devices in an enterprise network, let's highlight a couple of things with consumer-grade home routers. You probably only have a single wireless access point at home. This device is actually 3 devices in one: a router, a switch, and a wireless access point. The router connects your home local area network to the ISP's network. The switch allows you to connect several network devices together using an Ethernet cable, most likely unshielded twisted pair. The wireless access point allows for wireless connections to the local area network. An enterprise wireless network is different from a home wireless network in at least 3 different ways. First, instead of having a single all-in-one device, equipment is typically separated into distinct components that perform a single function. For example, a router only performs routing operations, a switch only performs switching operations, and a wireless access point only acts as a bridge between the wireless and wired network. Second, enterprises need to support many more devices and cover a much larger area than home networks. Some enterprises need to support thousands of clients and cover entire business complexes. For example, many universities have wireless connectivity on the entire campus. And third, devices need to be able to move around the enterprise without connection troubles. The transition between different access points needs to be seamless. In an enterprise network, this is done by using multiple access points, which are scattered throughout the campus to provide adequate coverage. The access points will typically all connect to the same local area network through a switch. Now, each of these access points can only support a limited number of clients, so having multiple access points also allows each access point to share the client load. For example, if this switch has the maximum number of connections, new wireless devices that require network access will be connected to this access point here instead. This is possible because the range of the access points here overlap, which actually brings up another important point. Overlapping signals can cause interference. It's also possible for devices to constantly bounce between connecting to this AP and this AP, and so on. This could be really frustrating. In addition, if any of these configuration settings on either of these APs is different, then this can cause connection issues, and the more APs you add to the network, the more devices you need to manage. As you can see, a wireless network can quickly become a management nightmare. Luckily, enterprise networks use a device called a wireless LAN controller, or WLC, that manages all the access points in a network. The typical enterprise wireless controller will be in a network closet and connected to a switch. The controller can then communicate with and manage each of these APs. In addition to managing configuration settings, the controller can also manage client connections and manage AP loads. In essence, a wireless controller allows multiple APs to work together as a single system instead of each working in isolation. It's important to know that a wireless controller by itself doesn't actually produce any type of wireless signal. That's the job of the AP. The controller only manages the APs. Another type of wireless device is known as a lightweight access point, or LWAP. LWAPs are used in conjunction with a wireless controller. LWAPs contain very little embedded intelligence or technology. They are connected to the wired network via a network cable and are able to communicate directly with the WLC, which handles things like client connections, authentication, propagating configurations, etc. Let's next look at the two ways a wireless network can be configured. The first one is ad hoc mode. In ad hoc mode, also called peer-to-peer mode or wireless mesh mode, there is no WAP or WLC. Instead, two or more wireless devices connect directly with each other to send and receive information. The more devices that connect, the more individual connections are made. And you can see where the term wireless mesh comes from when you see all of these individual connections. The second mode is called infrastructure mode. In infrastructure mode, a workstation communicates with a notebook by sending the signal to the wireless AP, which transfers it to the notebook system. The infrastructure mode is more scalable than ad hoc mode. The infrastructure mode also makes it easy to connect the wireless network to a wired network. It's not easy to do that with an ad hoc implementation. Once you establish the wireless connection between the network interface card and the wireless AP, the wireless network operates similar to the traditional wired Ethernet networks. Now, it's important to know that wireless networks use what's called an unbounded medium to communicate. That is, they send signals in all directions that can be picked up by any device in range. They aren't bounded by insulated wires like wired networks. Because of this, wireless networks are inherently less secure than a bounded wired network, so you need to take extra precautions when securing a wireless network.
So wireless networks are very, very important part in any corporation, right, these days.
When you set up a wireless network, you can't just put a bunch of wireless access points and call it a day. There are different installation considerations you'll need to look at before installing your devices. The first step is to understand and define the usage needs of your wireless network. Once you know them, it's time to conduct a site survey. In this lesson, we're going to discuss the site survey process. A site survey ensures that the wireless network will perform as desired. It examines the physical layout and barriers of that location, which lets you determine where to install the access points. Multiple site surveys will be completed during the installation process. There are 3 different types of site surveys performed at different times in the installation process: passive surveys, active surveys, and predictive surveys. If a survey isn't conducted properly, your network won't perform, and that will cost a lot more time and money than performing surveys correctly. To conduct a survey, you'll need to use a Wi-Fi analyzer. A dedicated Wi-Fi analyzer tool can provide an in-depth look at the wireless signals in the area being tested. There are also several Wi-Fi analyzer programs you can run from a laptop, tablet, or smartphone. Before you perform a survey, you need a diagram or map of your location. It's important to make sure that the map is properly scaled and labeled so you can get a proper reading. Many analyzer tools allow you to import the map so you can overlay the survey results. The initial survey is a passive survey. This survey is performed without the analyzer connecting to any specific wireless access point. It's just in a listen-only mode. Temporary WAPs are placed, and the surveyor walks around with the analyzer to measure signal strength and interference levels. Once the passive survey has been completed, a heat map is generated. A heat map shows Wi-Fi signal strength. They usually show strong signals in green, medium levels in yellow, and weak spots in red. You may need to perform multiple passive surveys to determine the best placement for your access points. You also need to make sure that the WAPs are installed in secure locations so people can't physically access them. Once you've figured out where to install the WAPs and installed them, you should conduct an active survey. During an active survey, you'll first connect the Wi-Fi analyzer to the access points to measure the network strength and look for any weak spots. Then you'll walk through the entire location again to thoroughly test every inch. You can also generate heat maps again to visually represent problem areas. You also need to check for channel overlapping. If neighboring access points are set to overlapping channels, you'll end up dealing with performance issues and network drops as devices move between the different WAPs. The last type of site survey is a predictive survey. Predictive surveys use software programs to load the building blueprints and determines where to install the WAPs. This can be done remotely and doesn't require someone to walk through the location to test everything. A predictive survey isn't as precise as a passive or active survey, but it can cost less and take less time. That's it for this lesson. In this lesson, we talked about the process of installing a wireless network. Before we can do anything, we need to know the usage needs of the network. Then you can perform passive, active, and predictive site surveys to determine how to install your WAPs.
Good. I think we have a lab coming up, so there's a demonstration. Configure wireless connection.
Let's take a look at how to configure and manage Wi-Fi connections on a Windows system. We're using a Windows 10 system here, but the concepts you learn in this demo will translate to almost every version of Windows in addition to other operating systems such as Linux or Mac OS. With Windows, most Wi-Fi adapters automatically install without you having to install drivers. To check if you have a Wi-Fi adapter on your computer, you bring your mouse down to the network icon. Click and turn on your Wi-Fi if it isn't turned on already. You see several Wi-Fi networks to connect to if you have a wireless network broadcasting in your area. If you don't see anything related to Wi-Fi after you click the network icon, you may not have a wireless adapter, or the driver may not be properly installed. Alright, now that we know our adapter is working properly, let's connect to a Wi-Fi network. During the setup of a wireless network, users can name the network. You'll see there's also a network called Hidden Network. It's listed in the wireless network options when a network isn't broadcasting its SSID. The name of the network or SSID has to be entered manually along with the network's password. We want to connect to this network. Stargate command. Let's click it. This option allows us to connect to the Wi-Fi network automatically whenever we're in range. If this was a public or unsecured network, we might not want to select this option. When we click Connect, we're asked to provide the security key. You might notice that we aren't asked to select a security type or encryption type here. This is because modern Wi-Fi networks and systems are able to automatically negotiate the authentication and encryption type used by the wireless network. This is all done behind the scenes, so we don't have to worry about it. However, if you want to manually select the security type, you can do that using the new connection wizard in the Network and Sharing Center. Okay, let's go ahead and enter the security key. Remember, these are case sensitive, so keep that in mind when entering one. After entering the key, we click Next. When we do, we're presented with this notification. We're essentially being asked whether or not we trust this network enough that we want to allow other computers to see us. With networks that you absolutely 100% know are secure, you can click Yes. If there's any doubt in your mind about the security of a Wi-Fi network, click No. Because this is a friend's network, I'm not certain that it's 100% safe, so I'm going to click No. If I've entered the correct security key, we'll authenticate and connect to the network. Let's go ahead and test our internet connection by doing a quick ping of google.com. We get a reply, so we know we have internet access. We can also do an ipconfig command to see some additional information about our IP address, default gateway, etc. Another way to see the properties of our connection is to click the Wi-Fi icon, select the network we're connected to, and click Properties. You can select Public or Private Profile, which was a part of the previous yes and no question while connecting to the network. We can also see the SSID, the wireless protocol being used, the security type, the network band and channel, wireless interface card, MAC address, all that kind of stuff. Let's go back. If you remember, we can manage all our saved networks here. Before, this list was empty, but since we connected to the Stargate command network, it's displayed here. And if we wanted to, we could forget this network. This is handy if you accidentally connected to a network that you really don't want to be connected to. Or if you accidentally entered a wrong security key and that was saved, you could forget the network and attempt to reconnect. Let's go ahead and forget this network. Notice we're disconnected from the Wi-Fi network. If we run an ipconfig command, we can see we no longer have an IP address and we can no longer ping google.com. Let's connect to the network again, but this time let's do it using the new connection wizard. We'll open the Network and Sharing Center. Click Set up a new connection or network, and select Manually connect to a wireless network. We already know the network name, Stargate command. We know that the security type is WPA2, personal, which automatically selects AES encryption. And we know the security key. Notice this checkbox, hide characters. When this is unchecked, anything I type in the security key box is displayed in the clear. This option can be useful if you have a really complex security key or if you're having troubles authenticating and you want to make sure the key is entered properly. But it also means anyone near me could copy the key or take a quick photo of my screen, so be very careful with this option. I'm going to go ahead and select this checkbox so that the key is hidden. This is a good default practice. I want to start this connection automatically. And remember, if this SSID was hidden, I would want to select this option. Right now, the SSID is being broadcasted, so I won't. Click Next, and I've successfully added the wireless network and automatically connected to it. I can verify that by clicking the Wi-Fi connection here, which opens the Wi-Fi status window. We can see I have internet access. It tells me how long I've been connected. I can see details about the signal quality here. If I click Wireless Properties and go to the Security tab, I can change the security and encryption type as well as the key if I need to. That's it for this demo. We looked at configuring and managing Wi-Fi connections on a Windows 10 system.
I think we have a lab here, right? So, yeah. So you're a network technician, technician in a small corporation. You just installed Rukus. Okay, zone controller, wireless. Log into that, and then try to set up, right?
Yeah.
So you need to go to this website to access the Rukus. So go to the Chrome. So make it bigger and select this, right? Copy it. So now admin, the login password is, user code is admin. And then password, don't, careful when you actually put the password, don't put the dot there, right? Password. But anyway, if you make a wrong password, it's not a big deal. So you will actually, have a problem. So what you do then, you actually have to want to configure, right? You want to configure. So wireless LANs. And then you want to create new. So now, did he give you the name of it? So CarpNet wireless, right?
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. For the name. And SSID. CarpNet.
What was again ESSID?
Yes, the
password.
Secure ID, right?
So ESSID is the same thing like when you say SSID, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now the standard usage, that's what you actually want to make sure that. And you make sure that open is there. And WPA2 is selected. And AES automatically there. Passphrase is, I think this is the one, right? Passphrase. I put that very complicated one, right? You put in there passphrase. Admit the SIB. And then what else? I need to go a little bit down here. So anything else I need to do there? So it says algorithm connect to the, and then you actually set it up. So you just need to actually so click OK, no?
Yeah. Click
So
OK.
it is done now. So what we want to do is we want to connect from the exec laptop. Using the executive laptop, we want to connect. So go to the floor 1. So executive laptop is here.
Yeah, it's there.
So now you would like to have a connection, right? Isn't it? To
Just the
CarpNet.
passphrase, we need to put it
So
there.
go to the wireless network, right?
Yeah.
So CarpNet, that's what it is, right? Isn't it?
Connect.
So now you want to connect. It will ask the what do you need to do?
Just the passphrase.
Passphrase. So I put the passphrase. Just by copy is better, right? Click next, and then yes.
If you want to share on the
Done.
network. Yeah.
I think it's done, no?
Yes.
So it's connected now,
Sure.
everything is fine. I think score the lab. So all the task, not much task, but it's done.
How you do to get the lab report? Because I do it the same, but I don't see how you get this report, lab report with the score.
Oh, at the end, right? You say done, score.
Yeah, I say, where is done?
I'll let you share the screen if you want to share.
Oh, sorry.
Top right corner.
Quero, did you get coffee this morning?
I think I need my coffee. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we can take a break, after some time. Maybe we can have a longer break today.
I complete
give you
here.
lunch break, just wait for 2 seconds and I'll go there.
Yeah. I connect. Then what is done? Sorry, sorry, guys.
At the end, you just have to take that yet carp, you copy it and then paste it.
Yeah, I did. This is already here is copy now.
Oh, it's already done. That's done. So then store the lab on the top. On the right hand card. No, not there. At the end. Next.
Scroll lab.
Next on the top, all the way up. Yeah, that's it. Click
on it. Sorry, guys.
Very good. You did it well.
I don't be question, guys. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
No, you need to do that because next time, you will have to do the labs, right? So you can stop sharing.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sir, I messaged you last time. You never.
I replied to you, and I actually posted it. Okay.
When you replied me today?
Yeah.
But I messaged you on Monday.
Yeah, but I didn't check the messages.
Teacher, just to let you know, I will be tomorrow for 3 weeks in BC. So I will take your course like Saturday will be good, will be early. I am able to go.
Everything is Saturday now.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, all of them are Saturday. There's no.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you don't have.
Thank you, sir.
Everything is online and on Saturday. That's why Georgiana said last time. No need, for all the fall sessions, so we don't need to go to the campus. Everything is online.
Yeah,
and we're gonna follow the same schedule.
They asked me whether everything can be done online. I told them yes. So which of the following wireless network identify the network name?
Excuse me, sir. This
Which
is
one?
the wireless into the test out?
Yeah. In the test out.
Wireless, right?
Yeah. 8, chapter 8.
Okay.
So now you go to which of the following is used for identifying the wireless network name, right? So which is SSID. Okay.
Malas, I have a question. Malas?
Yeah.
For the quizzes, they will be counted on as exams or?
Yeah, it will be there in the exam. I will pick up these questions put that in the exam.
No. My question is, when we answer the question, they will be counted like exam or?
Oh yeah, they'll not these ones will be counted like exams also, but participation grade. So you need to do progress also. People don't do anything, so they will lose some points, right?
No, not for the labs. I'm talking about the quizzes.
But the quizzes also, you should do it at home. So all these quizzes you should do at home on your PC. And also, I'll give you the exam that will be also another exam. So both you need to do.
Okay.
So which of the following is generated in a survey, right? Wi-Fi signal strength. Is it not a heat map?
Sir, we cannot see anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I need to share. So one thing, my apologies. I think I'm gonna answer this message here. Look at that. Which of the following you use it for on the wireless? I think SSID, right? MAC address is a local area network address, and IP is layer 3, right? Subnet, subnet mask is subnet mask, right? It doesn't identify anything.
Yeah, big time.
So heat map. Okay.
Sorry,
How signal strength, right?
Sorry, sir. I would like to follow again. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go here. Which of the following is used for wireless network to identify the network name?
Are you 8.1.6? Yeah.
8.16, which is a quiz, right?
Yeah, I understand now.
So SSID, and the next one is the heat map. Okay, and the next one is
sorry. Back. Number 2.
Number 2 is the heat map.
Heat map.
Yeah,
okay.
Because the heat map, it gives you the pictures. Remember?
Yeah.
The start of a signal.
Yeah. So now,
actually, is there any difference between the heat map and a diagram?
Diagram can be any diagram. Heat map is a very specific diagram.
I think in the diagram is the structure of the place. How is that?
How
the division is how is that designed?
No, so as I'm trying. Okay, what does heat map does exactly? It's like it's going to collect how the
signal strength.
Basically,
which part of the place has which strength, right? How much strength? Signal strength.
With the signal.
Yeah, exactly. How strong is the signal? They show you how the range, how far they can go.
And also like a drone, right? Which one has going, which direction?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Which direction? Remember, they have 6 and 6 and 1 and 1 and like that, because they're using high gain parabolic dishes, right? You should use omnidirectional actually. Omnidirectional will give you everywhere, but most of the time people use directional antennas. So with high gain, right? I think that's a question here now. Okay. So you need to select 2 options here. So you need to implement the wireline between the buildings. That means you need to focus on the building, right? So if you want to focus, it's parabolic dishes. And you need high gain for sure. Okay. Normal gain doesn't work because you have to travel a little bit longer distance, right? No?
Why don't you use directional?
Yeah, directional is parabolic dish anyway. Directional, also a good answer. I agree with you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the parabolic dish, you know how it works, right? There is a signal is here. So, and then it reflects back again like that. It's basically right. The parabolic dish works like this.
But the thing is, they had to be with the DVI as well.
Parabolic dish, right? Basically works like this. Am I connected here? Parabolic dish is like that, right? Basically. So it's in the center. This is where you transmit. You transmit the signal like that. So, and then it reflects like that. All of them go in the same direction. From anywhere you actually go to there, it will go like a beam.
It's
parallel.
like the
These are all
dish
parallel
reflects. Yeah, it's like the dish reflect the signal back to the other direction.
So this is like a direction. So focusing very, very well. And it is high gain. So you will have longer distances. Longer distances doesn't mean that, but normally parabolic dish can go up to 20 kilometers or even 30, 40 kilometers. So that's why it's a high gain.
Okay.
So, and where do you keep that, right? So network controller, network closet. You put a big, shelf, right? Network closet. You agree with me? You've been using it, right? In the lab, network closets?
Yes, makes sense.
Yeah. So
Why?
you keep them in there.
To
Of
make it
course, you can
secure,
keep
so
anywhere. You can keep it on the table too, but it doesn't really, you need to lock it, right?
yeah,
So
to make
which
it
type of
secure.
wireless access is generally used for residential settings? So residential settings.
Soho.
Soho, yeah. Okay.
LC, second option.
So small office, right?
Yeah, small
Okay,
office.
okay.
Small office, a home office. A home office.
So series mean what?
Soho
Small
is a
office,
small office,
home
home
office.
office. Small office, home office. Okay. That is Soho. So you need to implement the solution to manage multiple access points in an organization. Which are the following would you most likely to use?
Wireless LAN controller.
Wireless, yeah.
WLC.
Yeah, basically controller, right? LAN controller. All right. So, and now, which are the following devices would you use to perform site survey?
Wi-Fi analyzer?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Basically analyzer, right? You want to really...
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to give you
So which are the following is the type of survey would you perform first? First is the passive survey. After that, no?
It's like I think passive survey.
Yeah, because you want to see the signal strength, right?
Right.
So you do it 2 times. So active survey and passive survey. First time is just understanding. Later on, you planning it. So which of the following is responsible for broadcasting information, the data, and the radio waves?
Wireless access point?
Yeah. And the last one. Okay. So which of the following wireless access point is an everything necessary to manage a broadcast network, right?
Sorry, what was the last one? Sorry.
So the last one is which class of wireless access point is has everything necessary to manage the clients and the broadcast network, right? Broadcast network already built-in functionality. I think is a fat access point, no? I think the thin access point is limited, you have not that much of strength in there, right?
Sorry, teacher. What does mean AD hoc? I forget.
So which one is it, like which class of the wireless access point? There are different classes of wireless access point, right?
Okay.
So thin access point, fat access point, wireless bridge. So wireless bridge and ad hoc, right? Ad hoc
Peer-to-peer.
wireless
Peer-to-peer is
configuration.
the ad hoc. Peer-to-peer.
My question, what was the question number?
Oh, peer-to-peer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay.
What was FAT
Standalone
again?
devices.
What was FAT again?
The fat is but fat access point. It has more features than the thin access point. So basically, it's for standalone devices.
Okay.
Teacher.
All right.
The break will be how long?
Yeah, let's take an hour and a half break today, right? I'm giving you a little bit more because I
Until 1 p.m.
So shall we come at 12:30? 12:30 or 12:45? You include the lunch break also. Can we come at 1 o'clock then?
Okay, but if we come at 1 o'clock, we finish early, no?
So we'll finish whatever we finish up to. Doesn't matter. It's okay.
We'll come back at 1, yeah?
Yeah, 1.
Okay.
Only today.
1 p.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
only today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
We could stay connecting, on the...
Yeah. You can leave it connected.
Okay.
So 1 p.m. we are coming back. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Now maybe stop the recording or something.
What time we coming back?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
At
Stop
1.
it, because this is huge files.
Yes.
Hello, all of you back again. Sorry, I took more time.
Hello.
I had to go to bank or something, they called me to go there.
You're gonna share the money?
Yeah. My account got locked up, so that's the problem. Yeah. I was doing an e-transfer or something, and then the fraud messages came, and then they closed it, the account locked.
Hacking?
It's a lot of job for us.
Cyber security, right? Insider security, no problem. Not a problem these days, right? Okay. That's one good thing is we finished 8.1, so we can go to the 8.2 now. So I think that's what is missing here. So 8.2. So wireless attacks. So wireless networks, we understood now the wireless attacks.
Because wireless networks use an unbounded communication method, they're especially vulnerable to attacks. This includes all types of wireless networks, as in Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, RFID, and even NFC. In this lesson, I'm going to go over the various attacks that threaten wireless networks. Because network security is a top priority, it's common for network administrators to implement stringent rules and limit website access. Some users find this very frustrating. To try to evade these rules, users sometimes install an access point on their own computer. This is known as a soft access point. A network hacker who has gained access to a network, perhaps using MAC spoofing, might do the same. This is called a rogue access point, or an unauthorized association. Here's the big problem. Most employees don't understand the importance of securing their soft access point or even how to do it, so they just leave it open to hackers. When an attacker discovers an access point, they're able to run various types of vulnerability scanners from outside the company, perhaps from a car or adjacent building, or even from several miles away. Keep in mind that if a hacker can gain some type of physical access to your company, they can also hide a physical rogue access point as well. This is often done by configuring an extremely compact and powerful hardware device called a Raspberry Pi as their access point. A rogue access point that's placed on the network by a malicious attacker can be used to run what's called an evil twin attack. Here's how this works. Say your organization currently has a wireless network with an SSID of My Company Wi-Fi. The attacker configures their own access point with the same SSID and places it near the organization's building. Then the attacker uses a jamming or disassociation attack to knock users off the legitimate network. When users reconnect to the network, they're now connecting to the attacker's access point instead. Once a victim is connected to a rogue access point, the attacker can capture all data flowing through it. The user shouldn't notice anything different since their internet is still running like normal. These attacks are extremely dangerous as the attacker gains immediate access to all sorts of sensitive information. To defend against these attacks, you should perform regular site surveys to locate any rogue access points. Your wireless networks encrypt data, which helps protect against sniffing. But some older standards like WEP are vulnerable due to improperly configured initialization vectors, or IVs. When we encrypt data, we use a secret key that only we know. If we use the same key for everything we encrypt, it won't take long for the key to be compromised. This is where initialization vectors can help out. The IV is a random string that's added to the key to create a different key for each encryption process. Unfortunately, if we don't configure the IV properly, it can open us up to attacks. Wired Equivalent Privacy, or WEP, was one of the first wireless security protocols that used IVs to help with encryption. The problem, though, was the IV was only 24 bits long and the key was 40 bits. This meant there was only approximately 16 million different IVs that could be generated. This may sound like a lot, but it actually meant that an IV could be repeated at least once every 4,096 packets. It doesn't take much time to get 4,096 packets, and attackers were able to develop programs that would flood the network with packets to find matching IVs. Once an attacker gets multiple IVs, they can begin decrypting the encryption key. After that, all communication is open and no longer secure. No network should use WEP anymore. Newer wireless standards such as WPA2 don't even use IVs for encryption. For many of these wireless attacks to work, the attacker needs to kick everyone off the legitimate network and prevent them from reconnecting. They attempt this with jamming attacks or disassociation attacks. A Wi-Fi jamming attack requires a special device that works by analyzing the spectrum used by wireless networks and then transmitting a powerful signal on the same frequencies. Basically, the jammer tries to be the loudest voice in the room so nearby devices can't see the legitimate wireless network. The hope is that they disconnect and are unable to reconnect again. Jamming devices are illegal and difficult to come by, though. A disassociation attack, on the other hand, can be performed with a laptop. This is also known as a deauthentication attack. When a device connects to a wireless network, special unencrypted management packets are sent back and forth. A deauthentication attack takes advantage of this unencrypted process by sending fake, malicious deauthentication packets to kick people off the network. The attacker can select individual users or kick everyone off at once. Jamming and deauthentication attacks have the same end result, but they use very different methods. Wi-Fi is used everywhere today, and attackers are always working on methods to exploit weaknesses. Yet another wireless technology that can be susceptible to attacks is Bluetooth. From headphones and speakers to watches, fitness devices, automobiles, and even refrigerators, Bluetooth devices are heavily integrated into our daily lives. This makes these devices attractive to malicious attackers. An attacker can gather all sorts of personal data and even take over our devices, embedded cameras, and microphones. One common Bluetooth attack is bluejacking. When performing a bluejacking attack, he or she looks for another Bluetooth device that's discoverable and sends unwanted messages to it. Attackers can't gain control of a device or steal any data, so bluejacking is more annoying than harmful. Blue snarfing, on the other hand, can be harmful. Blue snarfing is when an attacker exploits vulnerability in the Object Exchange Protocol, or OBEX protocol, to pair to a target device. Once paired, he or she is able to access all the victim's device data and then disconnect without leaving a trace. The best defense against both of these attacks is to only enable Bluetooth when you need to and to not leave devices in discovery mode. Radio frequency identification, or RFID, uses radio waves to transmit data from small circuit boards called RFID tags to special scanners. Active RFID tags, like those seen in cars' toll paths, have onboard batteries and can send signals over a long distance. Passive RFID tags, which are used in ID badges and credit cards, aren't powered. These tags instead rely on the RFID scanner's transferred energy. A malicious attacker can build their own scanner to target these RFID tags. If an attacker can get close enough, they can scan the RFID chip and clone it. An attacker might also eavesdrop on the communication between the chip and reader and steal the data that way. To protect against these attacks, RFID chips often operate at different frequencies, making it more difficult for an attacker to quickly complete a scan. Also, because most of these chips are passive, an attacker has to get extremely close for it to work. Near-field communication, or NFC, is a newer technology that's built on RFID. NFC allows two-way communication between two devices, but they must be within a few centimeters of each other. NFC is what allows us to use our smartphones to pay for items at the store. We can also use NFC to transfer files between two phones if they're right next to each other. NFC is vulnerable to the same types of attacks as RFID, but it requires the attacker to be incredibly close. That'll wrap up this lesson. In this lesson, we looked at some different wireless communication attacks. We first looked at Wi-Fi and rogue access points, evil twin attacks, how an IV can be exploited, and also how jamming and disassociation attacks work. Then we looked at Bluetooth attacks, including bluejacking and blue snarfing. Finally, we covered how RFID and NFC work and the security concerns associated with both of these devices.
Good. I think recording also at the same time, I think, right? Okay.
Sir, I want to ask something regarding the teaching issue. Sometimes when you run the YouTube, sometimes I don't understand something. So why you're not explaining the YouTubes before running, like, or something like that, you know?
Which one? Actually, I didn't understand what you're saying.
Like, you run the YouTube and sometimes I have some things I'm not understanding. So you just run the YouTube and like that. There is no explanation from your side.
Yeah, but you have everything is explained there, right? So we can debate about it. If you have any questions, you should ask. You should ask and you stop and ask. Because if I keep on debating on each topic, right, so it'll take more time than it is. It's basically, everything is explained there, and then we're doing the labs. So,
but these things, did you explain it before or not?
Yeah, but you just came now, right? Is it? So we're also
no,
debating
I came before at 10:30. I came.
Yeah, but we have I actually posted some of these documents on the web page, but it is the same from here. It is not something which is created more. So now, if you want to really talk about, right? So you can actually talk about, you see each one like a wireless facts. So if you want to see, so again, the same thing we will talk about, nothing more than nothing special. So what is an access point? What is a rogue access point? So, and what are the vulnerabilities? So what are the, Wi-Fi attacks? What else you want, right? Evil twin attack. So initialization vector attack. So
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
The rogue access point.
Yeah.
So the way they configure it is when they put like, let's say the user puts his password in, it steals it. Like it shows it in like a clear text, or how does it show it to them?
Yeah, nowadays you can actually crack any other signal, right? Isn't it? So you are actually putting in. Yeah. So, and you are putting an access point which is not really authorized, but you have to actually crack the passwords and SSID, and you are putting it. Rogue access point is an access point you connect to without knowing yourself, right? So if I set up an access point, okay, so the employee can access it, is it? The employees in the company, they start, thinking that this is a legitimate one because it has a proper, it is located, co-located. So the guy is hiding it. And, you can set up the rogue access point as small as a Raspberry Pi. So that's what he was saying also, right?
Yeah, I didn't understand the point, so Raspberry point. I didn't understand that.
Yeah, but Raspberry Pi is the very smallest circuit. It's like a full computer is a circuit. So you can actually, use it. These days the devices can be as small as possible, is it?
Yeah.
So the smallest possible circuit is Raspberry Pi.
You mean the Raspberry Pi means the place where the attacker can attack?
You can basically you are plugging in a rogue access point. You're plugging in the rogue access point. So you are actually, what is the rogue access point? It is behaving like the real one, is it?
Yeah.
Is it behaving the real one? So then what happens is you will think that, okay, this is a good one. Then one people will try to connect it, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
So then you will be taken back to somewhere else. So then you start transmitting messages and so on. So it will mimicking the like a legitimate one, right? Is it?
Yes.
Oh yeah. If you have any questions, you can actually bring them up, right?
Actually, I have a question about those Wi-Fi attacks. So how do you protect against those Wi-Fi? Only by hiding the SSID, or what else would implement in the network in order to protect against those kind of attacks?
So, that's what we are going to do in a few minutes now. First of all, so let's look at the attacks here, right? So we are here. So crack Wi-Fi encryption. So that's what is in the attacks. You have to protect, configuration, right? So you have to harden your network, So look at it now. The next topic is how to protect yourself, defenses.
Yes, the 8.3.
Yeah. So now,
okay, got it. Sorry.
you will have everything here. So
sorry.
Hardening your network, right? First of all, that means more secure, more things, more configuration, more. So, so that you will not really get trapped into by the rogue access point. So you have it. The defenses are here. It's coming up.
Yeah. If we have any question, we just ask.
Yeah. So could you do a quick review about the rogue access point again? So it's like something legitimate inside the company?
Not legitimate. No, it's not legitimate. It is plugged in by an intruder who is coming to your campus. You see what I mean? He comes, people like a war driving. What is war driving? People are actually going on the road. Okay. They park their car in the corner and they try to enable an access point. You understand me?
Okay. So this this access point, so it's like
this is one
okay,
of the access points. Yeah.
It just create the access point, another, I mean, internal employee can get connected to that.
Yeah.
Even if the name is different from the inside company itself.
So he's not an insider, he's an outsider, right? If it is
Yeah,
an insider,
yeah. What I mean is it's about the SSID name.
Yeah, but
it could be.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I mean is, I mean, the attacker, let me say it this way in order to make it clear. The attacker is going to, I mean, around the company or outside the company, and then try to create an SSID Wi-Fi. And then it's going to be the same name with the Wi-Fi internal company or different name.
He will try to mimic the same name.
Okay.
He will try to mimic the same name, right? So that means, you'll toggle, between the access points. So sometimes you will connect to this one, and sometimes it's a legitimate one, right?
Yeah.
So basically, yeah.
So what is the difference between the Evil Twin attack at this point? Just because it's going to get the same SSID, if I understand.
Evil Twin is like, you have like a pair. Both of them are doing the same job. So,
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that means one time you are going there, another time you are going to another time. So the one which is like pairing up with you is a rogue access point, because, Evil Twin is like a second one. Okay. Is behaving like, right? Behaving like the legitimate one, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's what it is. So, all these, all these are wireless possible, right? Wire is more secure in a way. Wire is more secure, right? Is it? Because people can't really connect to you when you are hardwired. But wireless, anybody can really come and then create an access point, right? Because you are moving around in the campus, for example. You are connected to, you are moving from one to another, right?
All right.
Are you connected to the same campus? Yes, you are. For example, you go to Champlain College. So Champlain College has so many access points, right? So one access point doesn't belong to Champlain College, but it is plugged in by someone, right? So when you go there, you can get connected to him automatically, because he's mimicking the original one. And
Lisara, there's one person.
Configuration.
There is one person waiting to be admitted
to
the session.
Well, the two people are waiting. Thank you for letting me know. Ricardo. Okay, all right. So shall we go ahead? Otherwise, we'll be stuck here, right? You can also, this course is like a comprehensive course.
In this demo, we're going to take a look at some commonly used wireless cracking tools. We'll also show you how easy it is to bypass common security through obscurity techniques such as
Yeah?
Share the screen.
Oh, I'm sharing the screen. You don't see it?
No.
I think it's your problem. Are you able to see?
Yeah,
we
see it.
Yes, we see it.
Yeah.
We see it now.
That's Kali, my friends.
Yeah, Kali Linux. Kali is the goddess of, okay, Kali Linux. But they put in a Kali Linux, but they put a Chinese symbol, right? So I think it's a okay. All right, shall we move? And
hiding the SSID and using MAC address filtering. For this demo, we'll be using a Linux distribution called Kali. Kali Linux is a self-contained Linux distribution that contains many different tools. Under Applications here, you can see a list of the tools that Kali offers, including wireless attack tools. A few of these tools use a graphical user interface such as Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. This allows you to perform several different wireless attacks from an easy-to-use GUI, but most of them are just command line tools. When we click on them, we're presented with information about the tool itself and how to use it, like we see here with AirCrack NG. We also see a quick guide on how to use the tool and some examples. Although Kali has a lot of tools already bundled with it, there are other tools that hackers like to use. A web search will usually lead you to a list of some of the latest tools out there. I'll jump over here to my Windows 10 machine for a minute and look at a few websites. I did a quick search and found this article that lists some of the most popular tools. It's a few years old, but still relevant. Some of the tools listed are AirCrack, AirSnort, and Cain and Able. Cain and Able, for example, hasn't really been updated for a few years, but it still works for a lot of things. Wireshark is good for capturing all types of traffic and is a highly recommended tool for anyone working in networking or security.
Did you use Wireshark?
This site keeps a database of all the open Wi-Fi networks that people across the world find. All information on this website has been submitted by users and is constantly being updated. If we zoom out, we can see just how many wireless networks have been identified as open. Now, a lot of these open networks could be coffee shops, hotels, or other public places, but some are simply unwitting households who haven't properly set up their wireless network. This is why it's so important to understand how to properly secure a wireless network. Hackers are constantly looking for open or easy-to-crack networks. The reason for looking for these networks could be as benign as simply wanting internet access. However, others use open networks for illegal activities. Let's go back to our Kali system and look at how easy it is to bypass weak wireless security practices. I've already set up a wireless network for this demonstration. The wireless network has been configured to not broadcast its SSID. The Wi-Fi network doesn't have any authentication or encryption implemented, but it is using MAC address filtering. Let's see how easy it is to bypass this security through obscurity techniques. If we go to our wireless networks up here, we can see a list of available ones. The network we want to connect to isn't listed. Remember, it isn't broadcasting its SSID. But that won't stop us, right? Let's open a terminal session. The first thing we need to do is change our wireless interface to monitor mode. To do this, we need to identify the name of the wireless card. So we type ifconfig and press enter. With newer versions of Kali, you might need to type IP address show. Here's our wireless interface, WLAN 0. Now let's take the interface down. Then we'll use the iwconfig command to switch it to monitor mode. After that, we'll bring the interface back up. The next thing we need to do is make sure there aren't any processes that'll conflict with the tool we're going to use. We do this by typing the airmon-ng check WLAN 0 command. We can see there are two processes that have the potential to affect our tool. I'm only going to kill one of these as the other one shouldn't affect us. I'll go ahead and do that. Now let's clear the screen. Now let's use the arrow dump tool. What this tool does is capture all the wireless signals floating through the air and extract information from them. If you remember, monitor mode allows us a wireless interface to capture all wireless signals, not just the ones intended for the device. The arrow dump tool captures that information and shows it to us. The wireless network we want to connect to is right here, hidden wireless. This column displays the SSIDs of the wireless networks in range of our device. We can also see the authentication method being used and the device's encryption algorithm, cipher, and MAC address. Let's mark hidden wireless since it's the network we're trying to get into. After that, I'm going to change this tool's view to only show hosts, but not access points. This is a list of all hosts that are in range. Notice this one in red. This line is highlighted because it's connected to the hidden wireless access point that we previously selected. Notice here that we can see the MAC address of both the access point and the host. This is the information we need since MAC address filtering is enabled. In order to connect to this wireless network, I need to spoof my MAC address. I need to change the MAC address of my wireless interface card to match this one. This is actually very easy. First, we need to bring the wireless interface down. Then we use the MAC changer command. The -M option is used to specify the new MAC address we want. Let's copy the MAC address here and paste it. Then we specify the interface and we have a new MAC address. Let's bring the interface back up and verify our MAC address.
That's so simple,
Notice
right?
we can see our hard-coded MAC address as well as the MAC address being spoofed, which matches the client connected to the Wi-Fi network. And if we quickly use the ifconfig command, we can also see our MAC address here. Now let's connect to the Wi-Fi network. First, we bring the interface down and use the iwconfig command to change our mode to managed and specify the SSID of the wireless network we're connecting to. Now we bring the interface back up. Now let's get an IP address using the dhclient command. And success! We're assigned an IP address from the access point. We can ping the access point, which has an IP address of 10.10.10.1, to verify that we're connected. And we are. I know the login information for this access point, so I'm going to connect to it to show you the configuration. Chances are you probably wouldn't know this information unless the person left the default login on the AP. On the wireless page, notice that the SSID broadcast is disabled. And on the wireless MAC filter tab, we can see that this feature is enabled, and there's a single MAC address on the list. As you can see, with a little practice and research, it's pretty easy to crack a wireless network that uses weak security practices. I'd like to point out that a lot of these tools in this Linux distribution are made to crack even WPA and WPA2 networks. That's it for this demo. In this demo, we looked at some wireless hacking tools.
So you're okay now, Abdullah?
I didn't get what is the meaning of the commands when he's saying minus something. I didn't understand the thing.
Because you did not work in this area. So, these are Linux commands. Basically, what you are really doing is, configuring the evil, like same MAC address, which is like mimicking the original MAC address. So you are actually finding out the MAC address and configuring a new MAC address of the same value in that. And there are a lot of tools to let you do that. So, so that's what you're doing here. So you are creating the attacks using some tools to do that. So Wi-Fi encryption and air cracking, right?
In this demo, we're going to work with the AirCrack NG suite. This suite is often used to gain unauthorized access to wireless networks using WEP, WPA, or WPA2 security that uses a pre-shared key. We're going to use WPA2 with a pre-shared key, but the methodology is the same for WEP and WPA. The AirCrack NG suite focuses on performing brute force attacks on a captured wireless handshake. It comes preloaded on Kali Linux. Since it's a command line tool, we're going to open a terminal to work in. Let's get started. The first thing we need to do is allow the network card to listen to all wireless traffic. Most network cards support this behavior, but you may need a special driver to enable it. We'll use the airmon ng command to put the network card into monitor mode. Monitor mode basically means that we're going to receive all traffic received on a wireless channel. Airmon ng is made specifically for enabling monitor mode on a network card. We need a list of wireless network cards so that we know which ones we can use. Let's go ahead and type in airmon-ng. A list of my cards appears, and I only have one wireless card, WLAN 0, so we're going to use that one. I'll do that by typing in airmon-ng start WLAN 0. When we enable monitor mode on a wireless card, a warning may appear that tells us that some applications can interfere with monitor mode. We can go ahead and kill the listed processes. I do that by entering the kill command for each of those processes. I see that the process identification, or PID, is listed.
Excuse me.
Abdullah, you have a question?
Yeah, I want to know what is the meaning of #ng.
What is it?
Airmon #ng. What is the meaning of that?
That's a tool. Monitor tool, right? Airmon.
So
that's a tool name, the name of the tool. When you're running a tool, you are given the name of the program. That's the name of the program. These are the two parameters to the program. Start. You see what I mean? WLAN 0 is an interface that you want to start. So you want to monitor the tool.
The Airmon is the name of the
tool. He told you already. These are all the tools that we're working on right now. So there are a lot of tools available, in the marketplace. So some of the tools which are test out is giving you very simple tools.
in high resolution.
Yeah.
So Melissa, when you broadcast your video, the quality is not the best. Just for you to know.
Which one? Which one is it?
In general, the videos you're broadcasting, they are not very sharp, so they're pretty smooth and like lower quality in order to transmit. That's why we do not see the text clearly.
Oh, you mean the
during the videos? Yes.
Yeah, during the video, because these are actually like they are lower font, right? A very small screen there.
Yes.
So
we still have a chance to watch it on our own. So
yeah, we can watch it, of course, on our stuff.
¿Aló?
Actually,
Hola, Chilo, ¿cómo están? Bien, ¿y vos? Aquí bien, estudiando.
Ricardo, we hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Mutea la computadora, Ricardo.
Sorry.
Una cerveza, por favor.
You know,
I can stop you.
Yeah, he already switched off.
Yes, I want to say something. Sorry.
No problem.
It's good to take a note. What is the comment? And after we can find more information about it. There's a tons of videos online that we can check.
Yeah, of course. We are only going through because you need to go to pathway for this course, right?
Absolutely.
We selected a tool which gives you all the information and and even the testing. You can practice the labs. So again, these labs are just only gives you some insight into how to do things. But again, when you go to the industry to work on the right, so you have to work with the tools that you would buy. That will not be the same.
Listed for each one. Let's go ahead and kill those by typing kill 699, 766, 825. Now that monitor mode is set up, we should find a network to attempt to gain access to. To do this, we'll use the arrow dump NG tool. We'll also use this tool to capture a wireless handshake. To get the list of available wireless networks, we just run the tool and tell it which monitor interface to use by entering arrow dump NG WLAN 0 mon. This interface shows quite a bit of information, but the pieces we're interested in are the ESSID, channel, and encoding being used for the target network. I'm interested in the network CorpNet, since it sounds more interesting than the other networks listed here. As mentioned earlier in the video, we want to capture a full wireless authentication handshake. This can sometimes take quite a while to occur under normal circumstances, so the AirCrack NG suite has included a tool to help speed things along. We'll need to copy some information from this tool for the next command. Sometimes it's difficult to copy the text while the tool is running. We're going to stop the tool and start it again with some new flags once we have the information we need. I'm going to open a second terminal to do this. Let's enter airplay-ng-0-5-A. I'll then come up here and just copy the CorpNet MAC address and put it in down here. I'll finish off the command by typing -C, go up, grab this MAC address, and finish with WLAN 0 mon. This command will force a specified wireless client to re-authenticate to the wireless network, making it more likely that we'll capture a full handshake quickly. Now that we've copied the required information, I'll restart arrow dump NG. The command syntax is arrow dump -ng -C 11 -W capture --BSSID. I'll copy the MAC address and paste it in down here. And I'll finish the command with WLAN 0 mon. All right, now the modified flags will allow us to specify the wireless network we want to capture, instead of just capturing everything. It also allows us to specify the name of the file we're saving the captured data to.
That's a success. It's like we passed the course. We cracked the teacher wireless.
Mr. Tara, you are on mute.
I think
Someone crack your network.
I think he actually got disconnected, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, you were.
I got disconnected, I think. So is it visible now? Because I'm sharing my screen now. Is it visible? I'm sharing my screen again now because I think got disconnected for some reason. I was there, but was already there. Everything was fine.
So what is the meaning, sorry, of
Yeah.
-0.5? Yeah,
You
this
know,
one.
did you use Wireshark?
No.
Yeah, Wireshark is a monitor. This is a capture.
But what is this? What is the -0 and 5?
What
-w
MG? What is
passwords.txt
capture. What is it? These commands you mean?
No, the screen which is below. It say airplay #ng -05. From where you get
These are
-0?
options, right? You want to get 5 lines or 6 lines, starting from 0. So, options. These are options. So basically airplay. So first capture and then actually play with it. Play it. Okay?
Yeah.
First of all, capture and then you play.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see it again from the beginning?
No, it's okay.
It's okay.
So typically it's like just some.
Yeah.
Now I would say I would add something like typically it's some parameters when you're using command line or PowerShell, and then you just there is a main command, and then you use some parameters in order to complete the command. For example, if you do a ping and then you want it to run continuously, you can use the option T at the end. You ping the device, and then option T that's going to ping continuously. The option T is like going to it's the parameters that you complete the command in order to continue the ping request you send. Just an example.
So,
for example, as well, so you can use, I usually use, for example, shutdown, option R, and then 00. So the option R is for restart, 00 is for the timing. So it's supposed not to take longer. I mean, like 0 seconds is going to shut down automatically or restart automatically. Those are like some parameters just to complete the command.
Yeah. These are command line commands, right? Because it's not double click or something. So you have to, properly give all the command, because if you want to play, you want to give the MAC address that you want to really, filter, because you want to filter also what you want to see. Even in Wireshark also, it allows you to filter, right? It allows you to filter whatever, and you can also see which protocol you want to translate to.
Cap. This command uses -w to specify the word list, which is passwords.txt, and points to my captured handshake, which is the .cap file. I'll press enter. We're using a list of the top 500,000 most common passwords. This list is great if a less experienced user has set the password for the wireless network, and it provides results quickly. While the command is running, we can see quite a bit of information that's displayed up here in the top terminal. The part we're concerned with is the number of keys processed, the time remaining, and whether or not a key was found. It's important to note that the percentage shown here isn't the progress to cracking the password, but the progress through the password file. It's very likely that, with a secure network, this file could get to the end without ever finding the password. All right, the tool has found a password for the CorpNet network as displayed in the top terminal. That's it for this demonstration. In this demo, we discussed how to gain access to a wireless network using AirCrack NG and some of the other tools included in the suite.
So in the lab exam, you are asking about the lab practicals or the demonstration?
No, the labs here, that whatever the labs which are given here based on these tools only.
No,
So
I mean in the exam, in the lab
exam, I will not create any new labs. I will only ask you to do the labs which are given here. To practice these labs is fine.
And what about the demonstration? You ask about that? Because sometimes the demonstration is different from the lab.
What is administration? Theory, you mean?
No, the demonstration like this, the one which is run before. Yes,
no, thing is like this. There are so many demonstrations. They did not create labs for each of the demonstration. So because it's heavy for them, and even for this course, if you want to really do each lab, each administration, like you are saying a new name called administration. It's not administration. It's still a lab. So, and you are, using the tools. All these tools you put in, you get around, 500 video, the lab demos, and you can't really finish this in this particular two topics.
So in the exam, only the lab which is there and test out, that's it.
Yeah. In technology, it is not like programming course where I can start asking you to write a program. So this is the, installations and the, monitoring, running a tool, and then, setting up and configuring a server, configuring a security. That's what all this is all about. So that's not a rocket science. You understand me? So, you are going to do, you have so many tools here. You're not going to do all the tools in real life scenario, because how much money will you spend for your company, right?
Yeah.
You will not really spend too much money. You will only do some tools, and that's about it. So air crack, so is it like airman, you see, airplay, you see, air crack, you see. So these are all the different tools that you're using, right? So detecting rogue hosts. A host could be rogue also, right?
Yeah.
So it is acting as if, like a bank, right?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
How do you find a rogue access point? Like, how do you tell the difference if it's like real or not?
So when you actually connect to it, right, you will not get the information that you're looking for, basically, because if you are connecting to a server.
No, but I mean, like, let's say I work at a company, okay, and somebody puts a rogue access, but how can I detect it before connecting to it?
It's not easy.
The wireless LAN controller can detect the rogue access point because it has a list of all the legitimate access points with their MAC addresses. So if any access point that's not legitimate with the different MAC address, it will be detected on the wireless LAN controller, and it can give you an alert.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, but rogue access point is actually mimicking the real access point. If you are able to detect it, then there is no question of rogue access point giving any trouble to you, right? Because you are getting the same MAC address, it's very difficult for you to detect.
But the rogue access point will always have a different MAC address than the one listed on the controller.
Yeah, but Evil Twin is going to get you the same MAC address, no?
It just mimics the SSID, but it doesn't mimic the MAC address.
But they are copying the SSID and then the MAC address, and then configure and reconfigure with the new MAC address. So detecting, it requires you to actually, the tools require you to do, the access point, rogue access point, right? So, you still have authorization, authentication. You still need to go through it, right? Isn't it? When you want to, you're only accessing the, the wireless network, but you still ultimate goal is to go to some, a host, and then you actually download some information from there, right? Is it your ultimate goal? So, but the problem here is when you go and get into the rogue access point, then you probably leave out your, user code password information, right? Which is very, very important information. Detecting the rogue access point, rogue hosts.
In this demo, we're going to configure our wireless controller to detect rogue hosts and look at other features wireless controllers have. Some of these features help with rogue host detection. If you remember, a rogue host is an unauthorized access point within your network or a different network in the surrounding area. Let's start by logging into our controller. On the main page, we have some statistics that can be useful for seeing what's going on with your wireless networks. We're going to check to see if this controller is set up for detecting rogue hosts. Let's go to Insight, Untrusted Rogue APs. Notice there are no APs listed in this section. To populate this list, we're going to have to trigger a scan to look for them. Under access points, we're going to click on the one access point we have. This first window shows details related to the access point. Now we're going to go to configuration and see what kind of settings we have available for this AP. IP settings allows you to set DHCP or static addresses. If settings are set to DHCP, you can specify a failback IP address, mask, and gateway. Radio gives you several options to tweak, such as mode, channel width, channel, and TX power. Some controllers have an auto mode for TX power, but this one doesn't. Load balance provides options for balancing connected clients. Max associated clients can be set so once that threshold is hit, load balancing is triggered. RSSI threshold is a signal strength setting. If the client signal is weaker than the set RSSI threshold, it'll disconnect the client from the AP. WLANs show which wireless networks are set up with this access point. You can override each access point if you don't want the same SSIDs on each access point. LED is just the indicator light on the access point. The last setting we're going to look at is rogue AP detection. This is the scan button we use to scan for rogue APs. Let's start a scan. Depending on how many surrounding networks there are, it could take several minutes. Great, the scan is completed. Let's go and take a look at the list. We're going to go back to Insight and then to the untrusted rogue APs. This will show us some details related to the information gathered during the scan. Let's filter them so we know which APs are the closest by signal strength. You can see we have one AP that's closed with -46 signal strength. Sometimes it's even possible to see the device's location on a map with other solutions. We have two options for rogue APs. We can trust them or we can delete them from the list. The TP-Link Omada controller already knows that it's an untrusted AP, and it'll remain that way unless we trust it. Let's say we know about this device, so we'll mark it as trusted. The device was removed from the untrusted list, and now it's on the trusted AP list.
Whenever you get a flag of some kind of flag, like a signal strength variations and so on for the MAC address, so the controller is detecting it, right? And then it's possible, right? Isn't it? It's possible. The controller is getting, and now you can either access or just accept or reject. Very good.
There could be a time where you may want to remove a trusted rogue AP and put it back on the untrusted list. To do that, you click the Untrust button. Now the SSID network, not your Wi-Fi, is back on the untrusted list. It's important to know that this rogue device detection feature is just one step in protecting your network. If you were to identify a very suspect rogue device here, you would probably want to take additional steps, such as using an RF scanner to pinpoint the device and physically remove it from your organization or find the building where the network is coming from. Not all rogue APs are expected to be on your network, as other users may set up APs for their own use. That's it for this demo. In this demo, we discussed the configuration of various features on a wireless controller. We looked at various settings we can control with an AP. We also looked at how you can manage rogue devices.
In the untrusted list, you can trust some of them, right?
Yeah, because it's only suggestion. It is flagging out. Because of the some symptoms that are getting in the signal strength and and the information. Some of the tips, but it could be legitimate also. So that's why it is giving an option to you that you want to trust this, but at least giving a warning is really good, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's better than not be able to do anything about the rogue access point, right?
Yes.
So you are a network technician for a small company. You want to take advantage of the self-healing feature provided by the enterprise wireless solution that you have implemented. And you already logged into the Wix admin on the wireless controller and console from the IT admin, and then you are actually configuring self-healing feature here. So some steps are given to you here, right? Even the signal strength, the power level signal strength is 3 dB, okay, and 40 dB, the decibels, right? The strength of the signal in terms of decibels. So you are configuring to make sure that you are actually able to,
Sir, the dB means
protection.
dB is what?
Pardon?
What is the meaning of dB?
Decibels.
Okay. And so here is saying reduce the power level to -3, yeah? Means less
3. -3 means reduced to half. 3 dB means half.
How it is calculated?
Yeah, but you need to know, study that math thing in there. Decibels. Decibels, 3 dB means half of it. So cut off the half, 3 dB down, 3 dB up.
And what about -2 dB?
Yeah, but it will be in between. It's not really like a half.
Yeah.
Okay. I will be able to convert it if you want, but that's another subject. Okay. So, all right. So lab. Decibel, right? Signal strength is always measured in decibels. Signal to noise ratio, SNR. Okay, so you already logged in, right? Isn't it? And then what you do actually, the configure self-healing feature. So you click on the configure, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. And do you see self-healing feature? So now you have here, right? Can you check it also? So self-healing, let me just pull it down. Okay.
WLANs, no?
Let me see. You use WLANs? You want WLANs? No, services. You go to the services. Where is the services here? Services are here, right? So, oh, sorry. This is the services. Services. Click on the services. Because self-healing service, right? So go to the services and, you know.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, it is there. So now automatically adjust. So he's asking you to do automatically adjust AP to optimize. You see what I mean? So automatically power to, so you know, you need to select this one, right? They already selected, no?
Yeah.
So background scanning, no. Channel.
Yeah, you missed something. The first part is to automatically adjust AP radio
Automatically
power.
2.4. 2.4. Background scanning. Okay?
No.
The first one you missed it. You need to check.
You need to check this one.
For the power. Yeah, for the AP radio power.
Automatically. That's good. Thank you so much. So the next one is adjust the 5 gigahertz. So he also told you 5 gigahertz. I think both of them, right? Set the 2.4 and both should be kept in the background scanning.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. So now what you do?
Background scanning.
You apply. So apply.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You have to apply here.
Very important that, huh?
Yeah. If you don't apply, so you apply, you won't get it, right? Isn't it?
You know, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I have a friend. I was working for a company as IT with another guy, and there was a power failure, and the switch get misconfigured like a default. So the guy went there, he configured again everything, and he left the company. The next day, they called back for the same problem.
Because he didn't save it.
I asked the guy, did you save the configuration? Did you apply? And he said, oh no, I forgot to apply.
Yeah, after the reboot, it's gonna erase the ROM, so you're gonna lose the last configuration modification. Yeah, you always need to.
I think I need to put 30 seconds, right? So 30 seconds. Look at that here, radio signal 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So I put that here. So apply. Yes, and you're saying something. So, and load balancing here, right? So the next is load balancing. So let me pull it down a little bit down. So what is he saying about the load balancing? So all radios by adjusting the threshold to 40 dB.
Yeah.
So you need to set up the 40 dB, right? So to these ones, load balancing. So load balancing. So not this one is 40, no?
Yes, that's 40.
40 dB decibels, and apply. Every time you do something, you need to apply here, right? So did that. And the next one is
Sorry, quick question. What is already dB?
load. Which one? Actually, dB means decibels.
Decibel?
Yeah, decibels.
Sir, you converted it to half. What half? Half. What is the other unit for half?
Decibels. Decibels is a signal strength. Normally, you measure the signal strength in decibels.
So,
see decibels, signal strength basically.
I measure the sound.
You see, it comes from the actually acoustic definition, but actually signal strength is is measured in in decibels. Okay.
but sir, how we know that -3 is half?
That is the definition. It's a logarithmic, my friend. So decibels is a logarithmic function. Signal strengths are measured in logarithmic functions. Okay, so you don't worry about that. So why sky is blue? Okay, because sky is not blue actually. Sky is an illusion of sky is blue. So okay, band balancing, right? You need to do this is a load balancing we did, right? Isn't it client side load balancing? So we did the client side. Anything else I need to do?
What about reduce the power level?
Configure the band balancing also we need to do, no?
We need to put 30%.
There's a band balancing, 30%.
This one is 30%.
So actually, what is the difference between band balancing and load balancing?
Load balancing is the traffic balancing, right? Band balancing
is for the frequency.
Signal. Yeah.
Okay.
So band, frequency band.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you have any frequency band that you have. So you would not really like very sharp. You can get plus or minus. Okay, some more frequencies. You need to add the band. Okay, so that you will be able to receive the signal in full. Okay, and again radar avoidance. I don't think we have the radar avoidance. Do you?
No.
Okay, what else is it?
Reduce the power.
And we have the let me take it here. Maybe there is something here. Reduce the power, right?
Yeah.
Reduce the power level -3. So reduce the power level -3. So where is it actually? I need to do the configure the band balancing is done. Reduce the power level to -3 dB. That is half. For 3 access points in the building. A. So now you need to go to the access points, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
Now you need to go to the access point. Did I actually apply? Apply.
Yeah, make sure.
Apply to make sure. Everything that you did at least apply, right? Even if you apply 2 times, it doesn't matter. Okay. So now on the here, do you see the access points?
Yeah.
So now you have the access points. Okay. So select the access points. Which access points? So access points are here, right? Okay, it's very difficult to see them, right? Isn't it? Okay. So access point to level to -3 decimal on points in the building A to reduce RF. So any indication that you have a building A RF?
Yeah, so it says first 4, it's building A in the device name, but we have to select only 3 of them. And it says use the wireless survey results in the exhibit to identify the access points.
Yeah.
So we need to find out which 3 out of 4 we will need to reduce the power levels.
I think you need to do edit, no? So select the edit access point and override. Okay. So
Okay, you know what it is? Is
Yeah.
the TX power, maybe it's that one. So just select the first one,
yeah.
and after the TX power, there's override group configuration. Maybe it's that, because when you click there, you can see the decibels minus. So go to TX power,
Transmit power, where is it actually?
TX power. Little bit
Yeah.
down.
I have the TX power maximum. This is the 11 maximum.
Okay, so yeah. So go back to
But that will be down here, no?
Yes. So go to the TX power and set
DG.
full. Click on full.
1 second.
Sure.
I'm looking for the B background.
A little bit down.
No.
Yeah, you see the TX power? I don't know if it's that, but go to TX power. Up. No. Wait. Okay, yeah, stop there. Go to TX power.
TX power.
TX power, tone X-ray power.
1 minute. Turn X-ray power. Where is it in the? You see it here? I think
Down.
Override. No.
But there is two TX power.
Yes. There is 2.4 and 5.
Yeah,
so
2.4 and 5.
Yes. Go to the power.
Excuse me. Before we go there, we should go to exhibit and see the map.
Yeah. We need
we need to choose. We need to choose which ones we need to.
So first of all, let's go here again. Access points
exhibit
are
is
here,
near
right?
start over. Exhibit is near start over. On the
start
top.
Start over which one?
On the top near exhibit start over score lab, there is exhibit.
Oh yeah.
Near score lab.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. In the exhibits are here. Okay. So yeah, exhibits are here. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And we will see this is
this is the exhibits, right? In the exhibits. So now you see the access points. Okay. Determine which access point need to adjust. Which one?
Yeah, it's both 3 of them: west, center, and east.
Yeah, 3 of them need to see it. What is the name? Zone? Flex AP.
West.
I think west, center, and east, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, close it and then go there. West, center, and east. So let's go there now and try to see. West is the first one, right?
Yeah, it's first 3.
East and first 3 of them.
Yeah.
So now you go here, and which one is it actually now? You need to override the group configuration, right?
But for the S, for the West, we have A and B.
Channelization, group configuration. So this one, no.
No, go down the third option, FX power, the X power, the third option.
Not this one, right?
Now go down even more.
Where is the TX power down?
Yes,
down?
this is.
This one already there, no?
Click full, please.
And put -3.
-3.
Yeah.
-3 is half. See that here? It is written down.
Yeah.
-3 is half. -6 is -1/4. -3. So and that's the only thing we need to do.
No, scroll down. It's also 5 gigahertz.
There's another one.
You need to do 2 of them.
Down, yeah.
So this one also, no?
Yeah.
-3. Thank you. I think you're already giving us information there. So I think that is done for the one of them, right?
Yeah,
so
you need to apply.
Do you have any apply there anywhere?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Click OK. Click OK, right? Isn't it?
Okay button, yeah.
OK button. So the next one is the second one.
Yes.
There is another
Second
apply, yeah.
I did apply, but you have the OK. OK means it's still OK. So again, I think it's the same story. So put here.
Yes.
-3 dB. -3 dB is half, right?
Yes.
So
2.4 and 5 will be 3, right?
Yeah. Both are the same value.
Yes. Okay.
-3 dB.
Yes. Okay. Click OK.
Click OK. Very good. The next one is now the third one, right?
Center.
-3. -3. Click OK. All of them are done. And
that's it.
I think that's it, no? Okay, I think now score the lab. Yeah, all are done. Thank you so much. I think, so
just
you see that, so that, sometimes, it's so tricky that the options are difficult to identify, right?
So it depends on the device. I know every device has its own configuration. So
yeah,
it's something.
So we need to do that for the west, east, and center, I guess.
Yeah,
yes,
because you
yes.
have seen from the map. From the map you've seen, right? They're detected there.
Oh yeah, okay, the exhibits.
Because of the map.
There we go.
So you have the quiz now. So at least you have the time to actually reflect upon what did you hear about, right? What did you hear about the whole thing? So now, okay, so now what did you hear so far? So that's what the challenge for you is, to remember what the theory part went on. So which of the following sends unsolicited business cards and messages to a Bluetooth device?
Second option.
So blue snarfing, blue jacking.
Blue jacking.
Yeah, blue jacking.
There was two, blue jacking and blue nothing.
So you actually, people are, so
sorry,
what is the
question? What is the fifth question, Malara?
The previous one, I mean. Okay, tell me each one, what does that mean? What is blue snarfing mean? Basically all of them are, one is unsolicited messages, right? See, so unsolicited business cards. You see what I mean? So all this happens in the Bluetooth, right? Isn't it? Personal devices.
Just guys,
snarfing.
Sorry. If you know the definition, no. So click and check my answer, please.
Yeah, but that's okay. But I want you to actually see it.
More information about.
Yeah, you will be able to see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Slamming. What is the slamming means? Unauthorized access, right? So authorized, yeah, check my answer is okay.
Yeah, so you see, you explain better.
Yeah, you have it. Okay. So now next, go here. So tell me which of the following describes the blue snarfing. Viewing calendar, email, messages. That's what we have seen previously.
First one.
Yeah. Blue snarfing. Okay. So now you have which of the following interference, right, is caused by monitors, machines, and fluorescent lights, even wires, right? Electrical wires are going. Around the wire is electromagnetic field, right? Isn't it?
Am no?
You know what? An electricity is flowing on the wire, right? Around the wire, there is a magnetic field. You know that, right?
Yes.
So, and that is orthogonal. So, orthogonal to each other. So, electric field and magnetic field are orthogonal, 90 degrees phase shift. EMI.
Yes.
So, and which of the following best describes the evil twin? Evil twin. Evil twin is basically an access point, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it actually? Configure to what?
An access point
Configure
that
to
is
mimic,
configure.
right? Configure to mimic the.
Yeah, the second one.
Yeah, the valid access point, obtain login credentials. See exactly what I told earlier. Because you know what? You try to access. You see what I mean? Okay. And first thing you do is login credentials, isn't it? For anything. That's what they want. Because they can't give the host access. So they can't give you host access. They only give you the access to the wireless. So then they steal your information after. Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add? Okay. So these are attacks, right? Isn't it? Which attacks actually is okay? So which type of attack WebEx, web extremely vulnerable to?
IV attack.
So IV attack. IV means what? Initialization vector, right? That's what they said earlier.
Yes, initialization.
Yeah.
I won't say that.
Yeah. Initialization vector attack.
Initialization vector is that one.
Yeah.
Why?
So wireless equivalent privacy. Initialization, initialization vector is initialization sequence of, fields that you transmit. So that is the, okay, attack is vulnerable to. So you are a security analyst in the organization. Clients are complaining about the being unable to connect to the wireless network. After booking to the issue, you have noticed the short bursts of high intensity RF signals are interfering with your wireless network signal.
Jamming.
Which type of? Yeah. What is it actually? The jamming signal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. An attacker has intercepted near field communication data, and is using that information to masquerade as the original device.
Cloning?
No, cloning is basically making it like a duplicate.
Disassociation.
So
boost nothing.
I would say it's a relay, just a relay. No?
Yes, relay.
Yeah, this is how they are opening the modern cars right now.
Just
The
a relay.
hardware hackers with relay.
Yeah, like a flipper, using flipper device.
So which type of RFID tag is signal has a long distance, like active tag, no? Active tag has a battery on it. Passive tag doesn't have a battery on it. The RFID tag. Bluetooth is not RFID. Near field scanning is not RFID. You could say it's near field scanning, near field, is but it is only just the near field, right?
Yeah, RFID is cloning, right?
Yeah, RFID is a tag. Okay, there are three different types of tags. One is active tag, another is passive tag, another is semi-active tag or semi-passive tag.
Yeah.
Okay, active tag has a battery on it. It has a longer distance. Passive tag is a shorter distance. You know why? So it doesn't have a battery on it. And when you go to the close to the, the scanner, it scavenges the power from the scanner and then becomes active. And then you will be able to actually detect. Semi-active, there is a battery on it, but that doesn't work until you actually detect it to work. Okay? Is okay?
Yeah.
I believe
so. Yeah, because I teach this in other courses. So your company security policy stating that, wireless networks are not to be used because of potential security risk. So they represent your network. You see that, you look at that, wireless networks are real trouble, right? So one day you find the employees are connected the wireless access point of your, to the network in your office. Which type of security risk is it?
Rogue access point?
Yeah, it can be rogue access point, right?
Is that one? Yeah.
Yeah, because accessing, right? Basically, it's about accessing.
Why
It's not
not phishing, sir?
phishing is an attack which is after access. Phishing is like mimicking a bank or something. That is phishing. First of all, you need to get access to it. This question is about access, not about attack of host attacks. Okay. All right. So you are concerned that the wireless access point may have been deployed within your organization without authorization. So what should you do? Select two of them.
Check the MAC address and conduct the site survey.
So check the MAC address. Conduct the survey. Conduct the survey for sure.
Yes.
And what else you want to do?
Check the MAC address.
Check the MAC address. Okay, good. Because that's what he did in the what is that, controller, right?
Yeah, and the lab.
Yeah, the lab, the demo lab. The demo lab was asking you check the MAC address. That's how we're detecting and then saying is it benign or not benign. Good, good, good. So there's a lot of knowledge here, right? Am I right or no? You can spend a lot of time on each topic. Wireless security. I think after this we can finish, right? So
wireless networking uses radio frequencies to transmit data. This means that anyone with a wireless receiver can capture data from a network if it's not secured properly. In this lesson, we'll go over some common configuration problems and different cryptographic protocols we can implement to further secure our data. When we set up a new wireless access point, the first thing we need to do is properly configure it. Many users just plug it in and use the default settings, which is extremely dangerous. These settings are readily available for anyone to look up on the internet. The first setting to change is the default login information. All access points are shipped with the default login, such as admin. No other setting matters more than this one because if an attacker has our login information, they basically have complete control of the whole device. The next setting we should change is the network name, or SSID, which stands for Service Set Identifier. The SSID can be a maximum of 32 bytes in length. We want to make sure that our SSID is unique to ourselves, but it shouldn't include identifiable information such as last name or address. By default, the SSID is broadcast, and anyone within range can see the network name. We can, though, disable this right from the start if we choose. This might seem like an obvious setting to enable, but it doesn't actually provide as much security as you'd think. A determined hacker can easily discover hidden SSIDs, and beyond that, disabling the SSID can cause connection issues for your device. You should experiment to see if disabling your SSID is the best option for your network. You can also configure your wireless access point to use MAC address filtering. This makes it so only hosts that have certain MAC addresses can connect, which helps you control which systems are allowed access in the first place. MAC address filtering provides a minimal level of security at best, though. It may discourage a casual attacker, but it won't stop a determined one. If an attacker is really set on gaining access to your wireless network, they can sniff packets and see which MAC addresses are being used to connect to the wireless access point. Then they can use MAC address spoofing to configure their system with one of the allowed MAC addresses. You should also monitor your wireless access point antenna placement and wireless access point antenna power levels. Data emanation is a significant security problem. By default, the radio signals used by a wireless network broadcast omnidirectionally. That radio signal travels farther than you realize, which makes it possible for an attacker outside of your building to access your wireless network. You can limit this exposure by manipulating your wireless access point antenna placement and your wireless access point power levels to reduce the amount of data emanation outside of the building. Proper access point configuration is important to keep a wireless network safe, but the most important security step is choosing the correct encryption method. Using a weak encryption method like WEP would make a network vulnerable to any hacker. When we configure our wireless network, it's important that we select the best cryptographic protocols available. For most users, the Wi-Fi Protected Access or WPA versions 2 or 3 are the best options. WPA2 was first introduced in 2004 and is still widely used today. There are 2 versions available: WPA2 Personal and WPA2 Enterprise. WPA2 Personal, also known as WPA2 PSK or WPA2 Pre-Shared Key, protects our network by using a pre-shared key referred to as the passphrase. WPA2 Enterprise verifies users through a radius server. WPA2 Personal uses AES with CCMP to encrypt all data.
This stands for Advanced Encryption Standard with Counter Mode Cipher Block Chaining Message Authentication Code Protocol. AES with CCMP uses a 128-bit key and encrypts data in 128-bit blocks. When a device connects to the access point, a four-way handshake occurs to authenticate the device. The pre-shared key and SSID are used to generate a session key during this process. A hacker can take advantage of some vulnerabilities in the four-way handshake to intercept the data and perform offline password attacks that could eventually crack weak passwords. To address these vulnerabilities and support new technologies, the WPA3 standard is being implemented. WPA3 was introduced in 2018. Instead of using a pre-shared key, WPA3 uses the Simultaneous Authentication of Equals standard, or SAE standard. SAE uses a 128-bit key and perfect forward secrecy to authenticate. Perfect forward secrecy is a cryptographic method that generates a new key for every transmission. This makes the handshake much more secure because if a hacker gets a hold of one message, they still aren't able to crack the keys. It'll take a while for WPA3 to fully replace WPA2 since WPA2 is currently implemented in many network devices. Until then, we need to be aware of the differences in these standards and their encryption method vulnerabilities so that we can better protect our networks. That'll wrap up this lesson. In this lesson, we looked at some things we can do to better secure our wireless networks. We first looked at some of the default configurations we should change, including login information, the SSID MAC address filtering, and transmission power. Then we looked at the two main cryptographic protocols in use today, which are WPA2 and WPA3. WPA2 is still the most widely used protocol, but WPA3 has been released and will eventually fix many of the vulnerabilities inherent in WPA2.
So basically, we have seen those protocols also being used, right? Cyber blockchaining and advanced encryption standard, which is coming from the data encryption standard, right? So even though it's wireless, still encryption mechanisms are those which are wired encryption methods. Encryption is encryption. It really doesn't matter if it's wireless or wired. So you don't have any special, encryption methods for wireless alone, because the same encryption methods we use for the other things also, right? So authentication and access method, these are really different, right? So, oh, sorry for that. I don't know what happened. I clicked, I think. Access method.
Wireless networks encrypt communications using a security protocol, which is typically WPA2 or WPA3. But in order to authenticate users and distribute authentication keys, other methods are generally used. In this lesson, we'll go over some of the different access methods we can implement to connect to a wireless network, as well as the authentication protocols we often find in enterprise environments. Depending on the environment, we can use different methods to connect users to a wireless network. Let's take a look at some of these methods. The first and probably most common access method is to use a pre-shared key, or PSK. A PSK is simply a passphrase that we type in to connect to a network. If we don't want to type in the passphrase to connect each and every device, we can use Wi-Fi Protected Setup, or WPS, to simplify the process. WPS only works with a network that uses a pre-shared key and WPA2. On the access point, there's usually a button that makes WPA2 start to search for devices in range. On the connecting device, there's probably a WPS button that automatically joins the device to the access point. You need to enter a unique 8-number access point PIN if the connecting device doesn't have a button like this. Some devices and access points can also use near-field communication during the WPS process to connect to each other. Our other option is to simply have an open network. This means that no authentication takes place, and anyone can connect to the network at will. This should only be used by public establishments that want to offer free wireless access. Many open networks implement a captive portal. Captive portals force a user to view and interact with them before accessing the network. Basically, you're initially able to connect your device to the wireless network. But before you can access the internet, you're redirected to a captive portal page. You might be prompted to agree to the network's terms and conditions, or maybe even asked to pay a fee before you can proceed. These portals are used a great deal today, and you've most likely used one before. In an enterprise environment, using a PSK isn't very secure or efficient. Enterprise networks usually make use of the 802.1x protocol to authenticate users to the wireless network. 802.1x authentication is one of the most secure ways to enforce wireless network authentication. On a wired network, once a user is authenticated, the port they're connected to is activated. The port remains off if the user's activation fails. We can implement the 802.1x protocol in a wireless network by enabling a virtual port when the user is authenticated. There are three components to an 802.1x setup. The first is the supplicant, or wireless client. Then we have the authenticator, which is responsible for handling the communications between the supplicant and the authentication server, the third component. Know that oftentimes the authentication server is a radius server. When you use a radius server, the authenticator is also known as the Network Access Server, or NAS. Radius stands for Remote Authentication Dial-In Service. It was developed in 1991 and was originally used to authenticate users to remote networks over dial-up networks. We still use it today to remotely authenticate users. Obviously, though, we don't do this over dial-up connections anymore, which are more or less antiquated. Radius is known as a AAA protocol, meaning that it provides authentication, authorization, and accounting management. When using 802.1x with Radius, the client sends their credentials to the authenticator, or NAS. The NAS forwards the credentials to the Radius server to verify. If you use a Windows server, this is done using Active Directory. Then the server sends back the verification and user rights to the NAS, which forwards them back to the client. Then the client can access network resources. Using 802.1x authentication significantly increases your wireless network security. To ensure that the authentication information being sent between these devices is secure, the Extensible Authentication Protocol, or EAP, is used. EAP isn't actually a specific protocol. It's merely a framework in which other protocols work. As a security administrator, you need to be familiar with several different EAP protocols. Let's start by looking at the Protected Extensible Authentication Protocol, or PEAP. PEAP was created collaboratively by Cisco, Microsoft, and RSA Security. This protocol encapsulates the authentication communications within a TLS tunnel and exclusively uses a server-side certificate to authenticate Wi-Fi clients. This simplifies network implementation and administration. Next, we have EAP Flexible Authentication via Secure Tunneling, or EAP Fast. EAP Fast was created by Cisco, and it works by making a TLS tunnel that doesn't require an authentication server certificate. Instead, this protocol uses a Protected Access Credential, or PAC, to authenticate users. Then we have EAP Transport Layer Security, or EAP TLS. EAP TLS is the original and probably most secure of the wireless EAP authentication protocols. Because it's the original, it's also the most widely supported. The nice thing about EAP TLS is that it requires client-side certificates in addition to server-side certificates. The certificate fully encrypts the authentication handshake between client and server and is then used in place of a password, making it practically impossible to crack. But because each client requires an installed CA-signed PKI certificate, EAP TLS is much more labor-intensive and expensive to implement than other protocols. The final protocol is EAP Tunneled Transport Layer Security, or EAP TTLS. EAP TTLS is essentially an updated version of EAP TLS. The biggest difference is that we only need a certificate on the server. This greatly simplifies the implementation process since we don't need a certificate on each wireless device. EAP TTLS has been supported natively since Windows 8. By using the right authentication protocol, you can greatly increase your wireless network security and further protect it from attacks. That'll wrap it up for this lesson. In this lesson, we looked at the different wireless network access methods we can implement, including pre-shared keys, server authentication, and open networks. We also went over how WPS and captive portals work. Then we saw the various authentication methods that can be used for wireless networks. First, we looked at Radius and how it utilizes 802.1x authentication. We finished up by looking at the different EAP protocols, which include PEEP, EAP Fast, EAP TLS, and EAP TTLS.
These are all protocols, right? These are all protocols. The EAP is like a framework, like it gives you not just one, but also, a set of protocols to allow your access. So hardening a wireless access point, hardening, that means making it difficult to get into, right?
In this demonstration, we're going to go through some of the steps you can take to harden a wireless network, and we're going to use a wireless controller. This means we make changes on the controller itself, and those changes propagate out to each of the access points connected to it. The concepts in this demo transfer to other types of wireless access points, such as all-in-one small office and home office devices. To start, we need to log in to our router. I have a web browser open, and I've entered the controller's IP address. I'll enter the username, admin, and password, and we're logged in. Okay, the first thing we want to do is change the default username and password for this device. This is always the first thing you should do with any networking device you're configuring. It's very important that you change those defaults. We do this on the Administer tab. Notice we can also choose to use an authorization server if we want to, but just change the default username to something else. We'll enter the old password and then the new password. Click Apply. The admin session timeout setting is also on this page. This setting defines how much time must pass before the user is automatically logged out. This is a nice thing to have, as it keeps users from logging into the device and then walking away from it and leaving it vulnerable. So let's change this to 10 minutes. Click Apply. Now we're asked to log out and start a new session with the new timeout setting. Click OK, and let's log in with our new username and password. All right, let's go to the Configure tab. There are a lot of settings and options on this tab. On the System tab, we can specify the IP address and subnet mask to use on the network. It's good to change this from a typical IP address range, as it adds another layer of security, but we'll leave it how it is for now. Let's go to the Access Points page. On this page, we can see all the access points connected to the wireless controller. Right now, we only have one AP, or access point, connected. If we wanted to, we could click Edit and change the configuration. Notice that all these options require us to override the group configuration. Remember, this is a wireless controller, and as such, it controls the configuration options for each access point in the network. If we want to change the settings on a specific access point, for example, change the channel it's using, we can do that here. For now, let's click Cancel. Under Access Point Groups, any changes to this configuration will be applied to all the APs in the network. This makes managing networks with multiple APs very easy. All the settings look good, so let's just click Cancel. On the WLANs page, we can create wireless LANs. That is, we can create multiple wireless networks, each specified by an SSID. For example, we currently have 3 different WLANs configured on this controller. Let's edit the DevRuckus AP network. Here, we can see the configuration of this network and that it's defined as a standard network. We can also configure the authentication options. Right now, the authenticate type is open. We could configure this to connect to a Radius server, specify that it use MAC address authentication, or use a combination of the two. We can also configure the encryption method. We're using WPA2 with the AES algorithm. You can see we have a very weak passphrase configured, which is fine for a demo, but make sure you use a complex passphrase with this encryption. Down here, we can also configure the WLAN to use a captive portal. The wireless client isolation option allows us to configure the network to isolate each connected client. There are also a lot of advanced options that we won't get into, but remember, there's a lot of customization that can happen with these types of wireless controllers that you just can't find in smaller consumer-grade devices. Leave everything as it is and click Cancel. Now let's look at the configuration of the guest network. Notice the type is defined as guest, which causes our guest access policies and access control settings to be applied. We also need to note that we're using open authentication with no encryption. This is an open, unsecure guest network. That's why we're isolating wireless client traffic from each other. It's a good idea to have this option enabled on guest networks. Click Cancel, and let's go to the Access Control page. On this page, we can configure how client access is controlled. For example, under L2, L7 access control, we can define MAC address control lists that can be used within a specific WLAN. To define MAC address control lists, add all the MAC addresses you want to give network access to, and then enable MAC address filtering on the specific WLAN to use that list. We can also do this by IP address. Under Device Access Policy, we can permit or deny clients based on their device specifications. For example, we could deny all clients using a particular operating system. Application recognition and filtering is another useful feature. It lets us block traffic based on port, IP address, protocol, and other characteristics. We configure this by looking at our access points logs and identifying the different types of traffic. We would then take that information and decide if we want to block anything. Let's go back up to the device access policy and define a rule. We're going to create
You are mute, sir.
Is it
I think it's frozen again.
No, he's in mute. Teacher, you are mute.
Sorry, I was on the mute, I think, right? So basically, this is making it harder, right? Isn't it? Harder for anyone to actually, get into, because you're looking at the MAC addresses, you're also looking at the operating system that you're using. So, it's making it harder. So configuration of the controller makes it actually, more secure. But again,
I have a question, Malesh.
Yeah.
This kind of configuration happening on the physical hardware, or this is a server, or
this is a controller, the wireless controller.
The wireless controller. The only thing that I see is good to manage the MAC addresses if you have
because you don't want someone to come in.
I understand that, but imagine I have working in the company, we have like 120 devices.
Yeah, but all of them have MAC addresses.
Well,
so you can put a range, I think,
That's gonna be a nightmare. But yes, okay.
Basically, even all of them, so operating system being used inside the company can be one of the trigger points also, because you don't have a Linux operating system at all in your company, but someone comes in with Linux or Mac OS, so you don't want them to access. So obviously you can have control them, right?
Yeah, and also in all the major companies, they have asset management systems, so they know exactly what laptops or computers they have and which MAC addresses they have.
Yeah.
So it's relatively easy to put it once in a while, and if they get new systems, you just add it to the MAC address filter.
Exactly. So that is additional layer of security that you have, and all these, any detail is actually good for you, right? Isn't it? Any of the details are all actually good. So it is better to, let's go ahead.
Create a rule that blocks traffic from video game consoles. We'll name the rule and add a description. Click Create New. Notice under OS/type that we have an option for gaming. This identifies traffic generated by video game consoles, such as an Xbox or a PlayStation console. We want to deny this traffic, so we'll select Deny from the rule type dropdown.
Look at it, the wireless controller has the capability of the capability of identifying the type of traffic, right?
Yeah, but how gonna do to identify the kind of traffic? Because there is a protocol communication between them, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And how that identify this hardware coming from an Xbox, for example?
Yeah, because it's a video, video
Okay,
encoding,
for the
decoding.
image, for the image, yeah.
Images are video, nothing but image and nothing but, video. So, for every traffic that you are transmitting, you have a header. In the header, there is information about the, the type of traffic you're transmitting and, and a presentation of
Yeah,
the,
got it.
yeah. So if you give access to the, so you will be able to identify. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Good.
Click Save and OK. There's a number of other features on this controller that you can use. We can add roles and policies that affect users, and we can add users to the device. We can also configure the controller to notify us of specific events via email. On the Services page, we can configure self-healing and background scanning, which are both very useful features, but they're just outside the scope of this video. We can also configure wireless intrusion detection. Wireless Intrusion Detection and Prevention System, or WIPS, is actually a very useful feature. It helps protect against wireless attacks such as denial of service, DOS attacks, rogue access points, evil twin attacks, and rogue DHCP servers. For example, we can protect against repeated authentication attacks right here. We can even specify how long a client will be blocked. This helps protect our system from DOS attacks and brute force attacks. We can also configure the controller to automatically flag APs trying to spoof an SSID or a MAC address as a malicious device. This is a great tool for protecting against evil twin attacks. And that's it for this demonstration. In this demo, we discussed some of the things you can do to harden a wireless network using a wireless network controller.
Yeah, very good. I think just a wireless controller itself can get you some hardening. So the host side also you can do that, right? Hardening you can do in the host side hardening. You can do so, you can do so many different ways of controlling things. Harden a wireless network. So same thing that we actually had, not a big one. So MAC addresses are given to you. So and then implement the policy for the no games, and also you log into the wireless controller, right? So not a big one, but not bad. So you log in.
I need to check my wireless controller now.
Okay, so we will access the login password, right? So
yes, open Google.
yeah. So now go to the Chrome.
Yeah.
So now make it bigger.
Yeah.
And then you actually take this
IP address.
Yeah, to be able to log into the wireless controller. So you got it. So now the admin password, right? Admin and password. So this is the admin. So I have here. And the password is password, right? Very weak password, but it's okay. Put the password. And then enter or login. And then you have, the change the admin. Change the admin username to some other username. That's the first thing you want to do. So admin user. So administration, you go to the administrator, right? On the top. Or configure, right? Configure. I think configure has the user code password, no? So
if you
isn't that configure? I think
administrator. Yeah.
The administrator. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, is administrator. So and then admin was the current user, and then new user is, you want to put the new user here, right?
Yes.
So you want to take out the user, and then
what
is the username I'm saying here?
Password.
So, 1 minute. This is the one, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
I need to put in there here. Okay. And then current password is password, no? Current password is password.
Yes.
Yes. After the new password.
And the new password you put in. And then confirm the new password.
Copy
Password is
paste.
this one. The new password is this one. That's what they're asking us. Okay. Up to the. Do we need to put that? I think all of it.
No, there is.
No.
No.
The parentheses
Yeah.
is the
It's
explanation.
like comment. It's just comment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a comment. Yeah, thank you.
That one.
So that's it. Control V.
Confirm
And then
it.
Control V.
Yes.
Apply.
And then I think you need to put any timeout or anything. I think no, right?
No.
Apply.
No.
They didn't have.
Apply. So we did the apply. Now you want to configure, right? Set up the MAC addresses. So configure.
Configure.
So go to the configure. So IPv4 addresses. So MAC addresses. And you have
go to
yeah.
the
access control.
Access control. Access control.
Yes.
Access control is the one which actually
There you go. So the first option.
First option is
The
L2
first-
to L7 access control.
Yeah, expanded.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you want to put a new, create new, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Create new. And then the name, put in anything name.
Hello devices.
I think no game. Huh? Pardon, what do you want to really
devices.
Hello devices. They
allow
provide the name.
devices.
Yeah.
So that the name is allow devices.
Yeah,
Allowed
yes.
devices.
There you go.
You put the name is allowed devices. So you want to put this here. Allowed devices.
Yes.
So you don't need any description.
Copy paste again.
So include that now you need to create
Add
new
one by
MAC
one,
address,
so.
one by one.
No, you need to copy paste the
Yeah.
first-
Yeah.
The first one and then create new.
Yeah, copy that.
And then
Create new.
paste.
So you need to do the
First one is already there.
Yeah.
each one.
Okay, first one is there.
You don't need
So-
to do okay. Just copy the other one and then erase the one that you have in the field, and then create new is going to add it.
Yeah, I think is the one is this is okay, no?
No.
No. We got
Okay.
three.
Go to the copy the second MAC address.
Second
Copy
one
the
on-
second MAC
Yeah,
address.
second MAC address.
Raise
and create new.
the old one.
Create new,
Erase the
right?
one you got in the field.
And then here again,
And paste over
Yeah.
there.
Pass the second one
Create.
and click on create.
and then create new. I think
Yeah,
it'll
it's
keep on
going-
adding. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need
So
to
you
add
see that,
everything.
and the next one is
Third one.
create new. And again, put this one in the same. It's not obvious, right? Here. People write in different ways. So sometimes it's easy, sometimes code create new. So all of them are created, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
You
Now
can
Click
on that
OK
one.
now. Click OK.
Yeah.
So all of them are created.
Oh,
So now the next is implement device access policy no game, right?
yeah, go to
So go to the access control,
Device access policy. No?
device access policies in the same one. Here, look at that.
Yeah.
So I'll take out this one here and then device
Yeah,
access policy.
second one. Yeah.
Very good. And then actually
create.
you already have the create new.
Yeah. Give
And
name.
then you give a name which is no game.
No games. Sorry.
No Facebook.
No games. And then what you want to do?
Create.
And then deny, right?
No.
You
but-
need to add instruction.
Yeah, you need to put in description.
If you
No
want.
games, blocks, games, and the wireless network, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, but go now create new.
Yeah, create new again.
Yes, go there.
Rules.
And then there you're gonna select the action.
And now
Now,
yeah. Well,
Action to do.
wait. Go to description and type the say no games.
Type
no,
is
one
denied.
second.
No,
So
the
deny.
OS type, no?
So
type.
gaming.
Guys, come on. Description, go to no games
Yeah.
and go to gaming
Gaming.
and deny and type deny.
Yeah. Allow or deny. Yeah.
Wait, teacher, but put this.
Very good. Very good. So allow and deny. Now,
Oh boy.
Now what you do?
That's nothing.
So
You're gonna uplink and downlink disable?
Put description no game.
yeah, we did, right? We already disabled, right?
No, description.
Description?
Description, did you put any description?
Yeah, doesn't matter, bro. This is for us to be more organized.
No, the name is no game.
Yeah, the description is no game. But no, the second one. Go to
So
rules.
you can pay the don't play games or something.
Go to
It's
rules.
okay. It's okay.
Oh boy. Okay.
It's okay. If you put in sometime this guy will say you put something new.
In action, you need to save it.
And you have
Okay,
the
but-
denied, the uplink is denied, and we click OK, right?
No, save first.
No, click OK, no?
You should
And then
save
save it.
first. You didn't
What?
save it. There is
Oh,
a
didn't
button
save
to
it?
save it.
Yeah, you
No.
see it there.
Didn't save it?
Yeah, there, I save it.
Oh,
No,
okay,
no
okay.
games is here, right? No games is here.
Yeah, edit. You can edit it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's taken
Because
by
it's
default.
It's okay.
So enable it. Check mark it. And that's it, I think, no? Let us see. If it doesn't work, then.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
do it.
if you check it, it's for deleting only.
Oh, see that here, access, configure the thing, deny OS type. OS type we didn't do.
Gaming,
OS type.
yeah, do it.
Sorry for this, I'll do it again. But anyway, you know, when you do it again, it will be much easier also, right?
We have another lap after this, huh?
Yeah, we have 2 more labs, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do.
We're
Okay,
gonna take
so
both of
yeah,
them.
we
Let's
can
go.
take a break
Let's
if
go.
you wish.
No,
So
no, that's
go
okay.
here.
We're gonna go one time. One
I,
time.
Yeah.
I like this test out. It's really a good.
Yeah. Because $100, you won't get any.
Yeah, the price is good.
$100, right? Oh, I see. Sorry for that. Control V, I think is the point there.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened? So restart it, start over.
You forgot 6 in the
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Let me check it again.
Malesh, sorry for the question. I not you redo the example.
Yeah.
This software could be from different. Could be from Ruckus, from Microsoft, or could be from Palo Alto.
They test out, you mean?
The software that we use, the wireless controller.
No,
could
this
be
is
from-
Rocus, right? The Rocus.
This is from Ruckus, but what is the other company? Could be
It works
Cisco.
with, you know,
Yeah,
wireless
depend on
controller,
the-
wireless controller.
The company.
The company, like Linksys, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, or Cisco. Cisco has their own VLC with different menu, of course. Every single
Okay, okay.
like HP with Aruba has their own, so everyone has VLC from major vendors.
Oh, I see.
Admin.
But the basic concept is the same, no?
Idea is the same, the menu is different, and the like functionality might be slightly different, but it's a lot.
Yeah, Palo Alto is made by who? It's to who belong now? Palo Alto is from Cisco.
Palo Alto, this is separate company.
It's a separate company. Yeah? Okay.
I'm just doing exactly what we did before. Unthink apply.
Apply, yeah.
It's done. So the second one is go to the configure, right?
Yes.
And then access points, right? Access control. And then go to the first one. And then you go to the create new. So, and then you take off this, so the create new.
Give it the name
So
first.
what is the name we wanted actually? Allowed devices.
Yes.
Allowed device is the name. You don't need a description. It is itself is. And then put this one here and then create new. Create new. And the third one. All are done. So click OK, I think, right?
Yeah.
Click OK. If you don't click OK, it won't be there. And now what we do is we
Device access policy.
yeah. So allowed devices. Do you need to check mark it or no? Because you don't check mark, you probably won't apply.
No. If we check mark only if we want to delete it. That's it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you sure?
See? Yeah, because the button become
Okay,
enable
all
and
right.
disable. You know.
Maybe that was the reason why earlier I input device access policy, right? That's what you wanted to know. So create new. So search, and then you want to put the name. No games, I think, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think you need to check the case.
no games, right? And now I will put the create new. And then no
With the
game.
OS, yeah.
Gaming, deny. So now I think all that I need to save, right?
Yeah, that's
I didn't do the click save before, right?
Yeah, I think we didn't save, yeah.
This is the only thing I
that's
didn't
why.
do it. Very simple, that's there. And now you click OK.
That's it.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
This
Now
time
it will
yeah.
get 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that one. So now you go here. So it's easy to actually make mistake, right? Isn't it? It's easy to make a small mistake in the exam. So it's not really like you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. So don't worry about, I made a mistake. Can you please forgive me for this, and so on. Don't do that. So now you go here. This is also a very simple one, I think, right?
So you're gonna apply the same rule for the exam?
Yeah, similar thing, right? So all the same.
In the exam, so we're gonna have changed to roll back.
Yeah, you make a mistake, it's okay. You lose a point, it's okay. Not everyone can get 100%, right? Should not. Otherwise, they will call me and ask me, what is your exams? Give me, yeah. You see what I mean? A school should never give you 100%. So now you logged in already. So what are you trying to do? Okay. Configure, right?
Yes.
And then configure wireless controller.
Does attack.
Okay. And you need to select the wireless.
Oops.
Wireless intrusion detection prevention system. WIPS you want to select, right? And what you want to do, denial of service attack, protect from excessive wireless requests, temporarily by, what is asking you to do? So denial of service, right? You want to protect from the denial of service. Okay. And I think is basically in the protect from the intrusion against excessive wireless requests. So that is actually denial of service, right? Okay. And also you want to temporarily block.
Yeah, change 30 for
120,
100.
right?
Yeah.
And what else is asking you to do? Intrusion detection prevention. So I think to configure, protect and block, and we did that. Configure intrusion detection and protection system. We did it. Yeah, no, configure intrusion detection. We did. This is prevention as follows. Report all rogue devices. Enable. Report all rogue devices. No?
Yeah.
That's what you wanted. And then protect the network from the rogue. You want to do that also, no? And then enable rogue. This one also you want to do. I think this is done. And apply all of them. Okay. First one, apply. Second one, apply. And the third one, apply. I think it's finished, no?
Yeah.
So that's it.
That's
Good.
it.
Not bad. So not bad at all. So the next one is another lab. Before that is a captive portal with a video here.
In this demonstration, we're going to configure a captive portal. Captive portals force a user to view and interact with them before they can access a network or the internet. After you connect your device to the wireless or guest network, but before you can access the internet, you're redirected to a captive portal page. You might be prompted to agree to the terms and conditions of using the network, and you might be asked to pay a fee to gain access. Some even allow users to log in to use the network. They're used a great deal, and you've most likely used one before, especially at places like hotels or airports. Today, we'll be using a captive portal that's part of pfSense. pfSense sits between the internal network and the internet, as you can see in this diagram here. We want to configure the captive portal so that any device that connects to our guest Wi-Fi will have to go through the captive portal in order to get internet access. I have a network adapter installed in pfSense that I'm going to use for my guest Wi-Fi. If I scroll down, you can see it listed right here. So, let's get started. I'll go to Services, Captive Portal, and click on the Add button. Under Add Captive Portal Zone, I want to enter in our zone name, Guest Wi-Fi. For zone description, I'll put in Guest Wi-Fi. By the way, for the zone name, you can only use letters, digits, and underscores, but you can use any character for the description name. Click the Save and Continue button. Now, under Captive Portal Configuration, let's check the Enable Captive Portal checkbox. When we do, we get a bunch of options. Under Interfaces, you'll see my guest Wi-Fi interface that we looked at in the beginning of the demo. Now, depending on your network, you could have a VLAN configured for your guest Wi-Fi. My demo environment isn't set up with VLAN, but that would work really well for this. This is the one we want to pick. Under Maximum Concurrent Connections, we can put in a number of concurrent connections. I'll put 5 in here. This isn't the number of users, but rather how many connections a single IP can establish to the portal. For idle timeout, we'll put in 60 minutes. If a client is inactive for that amount of time, they'll be disconnected. Hard timeout limits a connection no matter what. We might not want users on our guest network forever, so you can limit the time they spend. Let's put in 120 minutes. We can also give guest users a traffic quota. We might not want them streaming video for 2 hours, so we can put something in here to restrict that if we like. I'll just leave it blank for now. I'm going to leave the next several set to the defaults and scroll down a bit until I see Per User Bandwidth Restriction. Let's go ahead and check the box to enable it. This limits users' download and upload speeds. For default download, I'll put in 10,000 kilobits per second, which is about 10 megabits per second. For the default upload, I'll put in 3,000 kilobits per second, which is about 3 megabits per second. We could use a custom captive portal page. Let's check the box. When I do, you can see that I would need a custom page to upload. I would also need an error page and a logout page. I'm just going to use the default page that comes with pfSense for my captive portal page, but if I were setting this up for real use, I'd certainly want a custom page. I'll go ahead and uncheck that box. I could also upload a custom logo or a custom background for my page. For the terms and conditions, I can put in something like, "Don't be bad on the internet." For authentication method, we're not going to use any authentication. We could use Radius if we had that set up, or we could use some other type of authentication. But for this demo, I'll select None, Don't Authenticate Users from the dropdown. We could enable HTTPS login, but if I did, I'd have to configure the server to have a certificate, and I haven't done that, so I'll just leave that unchecked. Here at the bottom, it reminds us to set up DHCP on our captive portal interface. I've already done that, so we're good to go there. That's all we're going to set up here, so click on Save to continue. And here you can see that our captive portal page has been created. Now, before we continue, let's briefly look at a few options that we skipped and aren't going to configure. Under the Max tab, we can get a little more granular with bandwidth control as far as limiting the upload and the download. Under Allowed IP Addresses, we can do the exact same thing, but by IP address instead of MAC address. Allowed host's name is the same, but by hostname. Here we have vouchers. Vouchers are single-use codes used to gain internet access through a captive portal. Now, vouchers are commonly implemented in places where authentication is required, but where there is also a time limit on internet access. And lastly, the File Manager tab is used to upload files that are used inside a captive portal page, such as style sheets and image files. Now, let's test out our captive portal over on our guest Wi-Fi network. I've switched over to our guest Wi-Fi network. What should happen when we go to surf the web is that we should get redirected to our captive portal page. I'll open up our web browser, and we're directed to our pfSense captive portal page. Remember, I didn't configure authentication, so all I have to do is check the box to agree with the terms and conditions to proceed. I'll click Login, and after a second, I'm forwarded to my homepage. That's it for this demo. In this demo, we configured a captive portal on pfSense to force users to agree to terms and conditions before being allowed to access the internet.
Can you tell me where you use this? Often, very often. In the hotels, right? When you go to a hotel.
Airport.
Hotel.
In the mall.
Yeah, in the mall.
Malls also.
Yeah, everywhere that you actually try to access, they try to direct you to the captive portal, where you actually capture your information, give you permission to access the internet or the access, right? Access to the network. So that this way you actually control who is actually coming into you. And also you actually make sure that it's not really like, okay, now the username, what is it? Admin, right? And then the password is P. So sign in. So you got the sign in options here, right? Now you look at the services captive portal, right? Services captive portal. Okay. So services captive portal. And then what to do after that? You want to really set up, right? Add a captive portal. What is the name of the captive portal? Guest Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah.
So guest Wi-Fi. Do you have any description for that? Does he put any description?
This was the description.
This is the
name is
description.
different.
Yeah.
It's
This
large,
you can
large
pass, you can pass
letters.
it on the second one.
Yeah, okay, one second. So the guest
No,
Wi-Fi.
pass it before.
The first one, yeah, sorry, underscore should be there. Yeah, you are right, sir. Thank you. Easy to make. So now description is in description. Zone user for Wi-Fi. If you don't put the description, she will fail you too. So even in the save and continue. Yeah. So you save and continue.
Interface.
And then enable interface, captive portal. And now what is he asking you to do?
Interface now.
So yeah, interface is already
guest Wi-Fi.
Guest Wi-Fi. That's all you need to, yeah, that's all you need to select, right? And then you want to put how many concurrent sessions? 100 concurrent sessions, right? And then you have any timeout setting, idle timeout setting?
And disconnect also.
Idle timeout setting in minutes. How many minutes? Is it 30?
30 minutes.
Yeah. Any hard timeout, which is 100 and maximum? 120?
120, I guess.
Yeah, 120. So, and you go down and then see.
Sorry, after hard timeout, what you put in?
I put in hard timeout. After the hard timeout is done, look at that here, 30 minutes.
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Just
connection is inactive for 30 minutes. And then disconnect the user from 2 hours. Okay. Limit users download and upload with to 800 and 2500
per second.
kilobits per second, right? So you need to do that. So default download. Where do you have it anywhere here? So I'm just trying to get it.
Down, more.
Captive portal language, authentication, HTTP, no?
You pass already. Go to there.
Yeah, per bandwidth, right?
No, enable
Right.
bandwidth user restriction. There.
Enable per user bandwidth restriction.
Okay.
So download, how much is it? 3,000 or
8,000.
8,000.
And then upload is 2,500.
I see 3,000.
No, 8,000. The first
8,000
one.
is the first one is 8,000.
8,000.
Yeah, first one is 8,000. Second one is 2,500.
Yeah, it's okay.
And pass through your portal prior to authentication, right? So what you do is put that, user authentication. Okay, user authentication.
I think we need to
Yeah.
go to do enable to use custom captive portal page, no?
No, authentication is down here, right?
Okay.
So enable, like a use. I don't have anything there.
Yeah, click there.
Yeah. No, use authentication backend. No, radius authentication. No, he didn't say radius, right? Did he say any radius? No, not this one. Authentication. Let's look at allow
Force to
MAC
pass.
address. Authentication for force the pass through your portal prior to authentication. It's not authentication. It's forcing the portal. Where is it? Yeah, enable to use captive portal login page.
No.
Not this, right?
Yeah, that's what I said before. They asking for that, no?
I think no authentication, no?
No, we need to do an identification. How we're gonna do to connect?
I think check identification. I think they give you more. I think options. No.
Here even.
No. Yeah.
You don't have here. There's only three: radius and this one.
Use the first one. Use the first one. Perhaps they give you more options.
Use authentication backend.
Take the radius because there's no other options.
No. I think.
Guys, listen. They provide the explanation below. If you select authentication backend, it's going to force the login page to display. See the explanation. The first option is the right one.
Yeah.
The first one.
Yes.
So
see
scroll
below the
authentication.
explanation.
Select the authentication method.
That's the thing.
Exactly. That's right. That's all.
Select an authentication method for the zone, for this zone. One of these must be selected. Authentication backend, none.
Will force login page to the display. That's right.
Yeah, but he is not really like look at force pass through your portal prior to authentication.
That's why they say will force the login page to be displayed and will authenticate user with the login password.
So authentication, you need to put in anything. So just leave it like that then.
Yeah, they didn't say anything to put.
I think don't put authentication. I think this is the answer. Don't put authentication.
If you do that, it won't force.
Yeah, if you do that, there is no forcing.
Select another. None means what? Login page displayed will accept visitor by clicking submit button.
I think it's the first option because they say will force the login page to be displayed.
Are you
and
sure?
authenticate the user.
Like that? Like that?
No, the first option it's with the password and login. The radius MAC it's with the MAC address, which you have already, right?
You don't need it, no? You don't need authentication.
No, I think we need it.
Authenticate.
The question say.
If you have authenticate, you see, like this is a captive portal, right? They don't have user code password, right? So how can you authenticate? No.
Exactly. It's only radios can identify.
Yeah, but Radius
It could be
is
a
not a
scenario.
captive portal. Radius is not a captive portal. For captive portal, you don't have. Okay, let's save it. Okay, I put, okay? Save it. And now you want to allow MAC addresses, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you want to do? Edit, right? You want to edit. So what do you do?
Allowed IP address, you see on the top, MAC and IP on the red color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now
on
what
top,
you
on
do?
top.
Now next you need to add
No.
MAC,
Go
right?
go up, please. Yeah.
Go up, yeah.
Max.
Yeah, it's configuration after max, yeah. MAC address.
So now you
Okay,
need to
Mac,
add
we
them.
got IP. We got IP, we got Mac.
Okay. Add the MAC, right?
Yeah.
And you want to put pass, okay?
Pass, yeah.
And you want to
Pass,
give
yeah.
the MAC address, which is a big address, right? Which is normally 15 digits MAC address. That's a MAC address. That's a MAC address, right?
So we add IP address.
And you want to put any IP address?
No, in the other one.
That's the next
Save.
step.
You have to save
need to
before,
save.
after we add.
You have to save it first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, save it before.
Do you need any
nothing to do.
bandwidth or any bandwidth? So save it first.
Nothing to add, yeah.
Yeah.
After IP address.
And then allowed IP address, right?
Yeah.
Add. Now 198.
Just add it there.
Yeah. Now IP address. You need to put the IP address here, right? 198 is class C address.
Yes.
So
plus 16, yeah.
The 16.
Without the okay,
without 16. Without 16.
Yeah.
It's going to take it on the right spot, right side.
Description now. Admin's laptop. Okay, and we save.
I think it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done.
No, there's an error message.
Admin laptop. What is saying? Following valid IP address is 198. So you put 16.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, there's point after the 16.
Yeah,
I think.
it's here.
Yeah.
On the right hand side is you have to put 16. The 16.
Up.
Is it 16 is here?
Yeah. Now it's okay.
Okay, now it's okay, I think, right?
That's from where? That's for service active guest. I am confused because now I try to follow you. I did part of the exercise, but not all.
It's okay now. I think, save it.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
Good. I think we are close.
I have a question. Where are these recordings?
Pardon?
Where are the recordings? Like, where can we find them?
Go to here, Leah, and you have the recording here.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thanks.
Both are there. Last two classes are there. Okay, it will be a little bit of delay. Don't worry about them, right? Because it's not really like that critical. These recordings are not that critical, right? Okay. So now we have what? Quizzes and
test out.
Oh, see now with the quiz, the
quiz,
last
yeah,
one.
sorry.
So once you finish this quiz, I think is all we can close the day, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the next class we will have exam. Don't forget. So you want to connect a laptop computer running Windows wireless network. The wireless network uses multiple access point WPA2 personal. You want to use the strongest authentication and encryption possible, and SSID broadcast has been disabled. So that means SSID broadcast has been disabled. Strongest one you want to write, right? So
second.
Advanced encryption standard is the strongest one, isn't it?
That's the one.
And there are two of them here. Configure a connection with 802.0. That is, wired network, right? So configure a connection with a pre-shared key, isn't it?
No, it's not that one. It's not that one.
Not that one?
No.
With a pre-shared key encryption, no? Advanced encryption standard. No?
Yeah, yes.
Because
Yes.
advanced encryption standard 802.1 is the link layer and so on. So it's not that authentication done in that area. So you need to secure, you know, the wireless network, and you would like to use the most secure protocol, WPA2, right?
Yeah, second one. Yeah.
Two.
Tier 2, yeah.
Yeah, WPA2.
Version 2.
Yeah, version 2. So you have physically added the wireless access point to the network and installed wireless networking card in 2 laptops that run Windows. Neither laptop can find the network. So you have come to the conclusion that you must manually configure the access point.
Web.
SSID, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, manually. Okay.
So the owner of the hotel, you see like a hotel, captive portal, no? So you want to implement a captive portal. The owner of a hotel is implemented wireless access, provide access to the guests. So obviously captive portal, no? Implement a captive portal. Don't even need to read anything. No?
Yes.
Very simple. So now what you do is, so EAP is the most.
Sorry.
TLS.
TLS.
Sorry, can you get back a bit for the question number
The EAP implementation is the most secure. Which one?
EAP, the last
I think
one.
fast, no?
No, but
No,
what-
TLS.
Transport layer security.
Can
Higher
I
layer
see that
security.
question number 4?
Higher layer security is better.
Yes.
Can I see question number 4, please?
Yeah. So basically it's a captive portal because the owner asked to implement the security control for paying guests allowed that wireless network. She wants the guests to log into the page when they initially connect to the wireless network.
Okay.
After entering a code provided by the concierge, check-in guests should then be allowed full access to the internet.
Okay.
If a user does, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem. So which of the following do switches? The wireless access point uses the control access through a device.
MAC address filtering?
Yeah, because MAC address is the layer 2 address filtering. IP filtering is at the firewall.
Credit for points?
This one is done where? IP filtering, firewall. Okay, port filtering. Okay, TCP layer, right? No such the
Transport layer.
Yeah,
I mean
layer.
on the
TCP.
transport layer. Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to implement 802.1 authentication on your guest network, wireless network. You would like to configure passwords that are used for authentication. So you need a server. You need a server. Radio server. Yeah, you need a server.
Yeah.
Usually
for
for a hotel you don't do that. Okay, for a hotel you don't do it. So you are replacing business network in the 802.11 wireless network. You currently use Active Directory on the company network as your directory service. The new wireless network has multiple wireless access points, and you want to use wireless access points WPA2 on the network. What should you do to configure the wireless network? What you should do? Configure device.
Use shared secret authentication.
Don't you want to put in the
yes, configure.
Infrastructure mode? Infrastructure
no,
mode?
Not ad hoc, no.
No way ad hoc. It can be ad hoc.
Yeah. So
yeah, I would use run infrastructure mode.
Do you want to put radius?
No, the second one, authentication, sir.
Use authentication, shared secret authentication? No. 802.11 is it's telling you on the question itself.
Oh, install the radio server and use 800.2. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go with
802.1
this.
radius server gives you access to the access control, right? Okay. Infrastructure mode also is here. Okay. And you have finished installing wireless network access point, and what should you do? Prevent the unauthorized users to preventing unauthorized user, right?
Change
So
the
what
administrator password.
the access point? Yeah.
Yeah.
Administrative password on the access point. So and what are you doing here? So you need to configure the wireless network in WPA2 enterprise. Which are the following the potential components should be part of your design? You have to select two of them now. Encryption is important, right?
Yes, encryption.
Okay, advanced encryption standard.
Open authentication as well. So just because it's part of enterprise.
Yeah, exactly. So, but which one?
No, open authentication.
802.1 will give you, a protocol to control, like, like a radius server, right? Remember earlier we had a radius server 802.1.
Yeah, it's that one. It's that one.
Yeah, see 802.1 radius server uses 802.1 authentication service. So 802.1 is an authentication service. I think score it. I think that's it. Okay. So
have a great weekend, guys.
Okay, have a nice evening.
So on Saturday we start with the exam, or
no, we do the
course?
the course, and then in the afternoon I'll leave you for the exam.
Can we do so we do it as we like, yeah? Before
as you like.
Okay, thank you.
So the exam
I'll keep it open till evening, so you can do it in the evening, okay?
Okay.
Even if you have something else to do in the afternoon, you can do.
I need to work.
Yeah.
And it will cover chapter 7 and chapter 8.
So if you go here, right, let me share it here. Yeah, exactly up to whatever we covered up to now. Yeah.
Okay.
So the exam will be in next week?
Yeah.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to ask you something. So the exam will be in the wireless and the first one.
Okay. All right. All of you logged in, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
All of you logged into the system, and all of you are part of the course, right? Am I right or no?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure whether you are all of you enrolled or not. If I go to test out now, right? I'm only seeing
chapter 7 and chapter 8. I think that's right.
Let me ask you one thing. Okay. Let me ask you one thing. Because I have around 20 students, 21, 22 students, and only I have found 22 students. I only found 21 in there. So that means one of you are missing. So Muhammad Ali is here today. Muhammad Ali is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Muhammad, sorry. So I gave you that as well. Did you okay, let me tell your name and then you can leave after, okay?
Okay.
Let me tell your name, because why I'm telling your name? Because to make sure that you actually registered into the course, okay? If you're not registered, I cannot do much.
Teacher, I need to go.
Yeah, Ricardo?
No,
yeah.
One second. I'll call your name and then you can go, okay? Just wait 1 second. I'll call your name and then you go. Okay, all right. So let me. Okay, so I'm going to read your names, okay? Who are actually registered. Nana, Muhammad Ali, Ricardo, Francisco Coronel,
yes,
and Andre. Okay, Andre, and Yoldi,
yes,
Amir
Yes.
Jamal, yeah,
Yeah.
and Hermans Laros, and Hong Yi,
Yes.
Lee, and
Yes, I'm here.
Kador,
I'm here.
Jason, Sibonoso, and Volodymyr, Vlad, right? So Oliver,
Yes.
Salim, Tammy, Abdullah,
Yes.
and Alex Sultan. And did I call? Okay, some more name. So Alex Sultan, Maturin, Hani, and Gigi, Lariju.
Yes.
So, and did I call your name? Did I call your name? Anybody's name? One person's name I didn't call. Who that is? Did all of your names are called? No? Yes or no?
Yes.
All your names called? No, I think I didn't call one name. So Nana, Muhammad, Abdullah, Francisco Ricardo, Andre, Asen, Yoldi, Ahmed, Ayman. Ayman, did I call you? Ayman, I don't think I called Ayman, no? Is Ayman here? Ayman Labib is not here. I think I didn't call him. Ayman is not here. Is he here today?
Maybe he's absent.
Yeah, I think he's absent today. Because I gave attendance because I think for some reason I gave attendance. Maybe he dropped out. I'm not sure. It's very common to drop out. Okay, Ayman is the one who did not really, I didn't really call. So highlighted here. So when I in the next class, right? So I'll make sure that you have access to the system. Because if he doesn't really register, so you will not get the, you agree with me, right? So you will not get the access. Okay, enjoy your evening.
Sir, excuse me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, the exam, sir, will be from the labs and
also the quizzes.
And the quizzes, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
And sir, I want to ask you something. Please, sir, when I email you, just at least reply me, okay?
You know, Kashmir.
Last time, you know, I because
Abdullah,
yeah.
If you are urgent, right? If you want to speak with me urgent, don't rely on the email. What I tell you is, so when I share my screen with you, okay? So I told you my telephone number, right?
What?
I gave you my telephone number. You can reach me. On the,
I don't have your telephone number.
Yeah, I gave you everyone. 514-806-3739. You see what I mean? You see, we have limited amount of time, to be honest with you.
Can you put in the chat, please?
Already gave you here, right?
514-806-3739, yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's what it is. So I'll try to, because you know what? Reading so many emails, it's like, you are only just 10 students. I have 120 students in other colleges.
Yeah.
So reading all the messages and coming here, and because I don't have too many messages here, I don't read it here, to be honest with you. But to be,
will you upload the recording today?
I did already.
For today?
Today's one, today's one I'll do today.
Yeah, because
whose phone is that?
Pardon?
That phone, what it
already
is?
did,
Your
right?
phone?
Look at here now that I'm sharing my screen again here. So the last 2 weeks is already uploaded, right?
Okay.
It's already uploaded here. Look at that. Already uploaded, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to upload today also. All right?
All right.
No problem.
Okay, sir.
So you know what?
Yeah.
It will tell me how much time you actually spent on studying these things and how much of the score you did in your test out. So it is also an indicator for me to give you the grades. So you need to work out all your, work out as an assignment things. So, how much time you spent also, I count that as a grading. Okay?
Okay. We can go, sir.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Have a great night. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Good weekend. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.